All right, welcome everybody. I'm Cameron Morley, Head of Public Library Services here at the State Library, and I acknowledge the Gadigal people on whose land this seminar is today. And indeed, we're actually immersed in Gadigal land underground, and the sandstone that this building is made of is also from Gadigal land. So it's very much that acknowledgement. And at some point today, if you get a break, I really recommend you go up to the galleries and have a look at some of the artefacts that have been loaned to the State Library from institutions in the UK, which are, I guess, artefacts from the Sydney people, which is a really fantastic thing we've been able to, I guess, borrow. Also, I believe this is the first of the seminars that we've actually had for public libraries in this auditorium. So it's pretty new, as you can see, and the seats are all very new, etc. If you'd actually been in the stacks of the Mitchell Library in the past, you may have been in this space, but if you can imagine, this was a mezzanine level. There were 2 levels of stack where we are at present. And this was made possible by putting compactus storage in the other stacks of the State Library that go 5 levels underground. So we move the books out of this area and we're able to construct this auditorium. So I guess Reader's Advisory, it's such a key thing that we do in libraries, helping people find what they can read next. And this is a seminar that's been going on for quite a few years. And every year we get so much good feedback from the interesting speakers and the, I guess, the buzz that amongst the library staff that come to the seminar. And really, I'm looking at the number there, 75 people also coming through online. So welcome to the people who are coming to us online. And I think with that, I can hand over to Yasmin for the official real stuff about the seminar starting off. And hope to see you a bit later. And we hope to be able to bring the State Librarian down to say hi at some point as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Cameron. I'm just going to change this. I know online that you can see just the screen, but we're just changing it for the folks in the room as well. No? Why is it not doing that? Let's keep going. Okay. Go back to gallery. You can watch me there. But I'm actually over here for the people in the room. I know I'm short behind the podium. Thank you very much, Cameron, for that acknowledgement of country and that intro. My name is Yasmin Greenhalgh. I'm from Stanton Library at North Sydney Council, and I'll be your MC for the morning. And in the afternoon, we have the lovely Ita Hansons from Tamworth Library. And I would also like to pay my respects as well on behalf of the organising committee here as well. And my deep respect also to all First Nations, resilience, creativity and strength under continuing colonisation. We come from institutions that aim to serve whole communities, but also institutions that are built on a white Western ideas of knowledge and knowledge saving and knowledge sharing. So it's worth interrogating this with a critical eye. And as a profession, may we all do the work and challenge established ways of creating and sharing library resources and services, which could help make what we have to offer inclusive, welcoming, available, and more importantly, relevant to all First Nations people. And after all, is not finding, the ways to help people find the reading, the listening, the watching, and the information that they are hoping for, the main aim of Reader's Advisory. So on that note, on behalf of the organising committee, I hope this today offers an opportunity for professional development that holds some excellent learning moments for everyone today. Some housekeeping. All present are advised this seminar is being broadcast live and recorded later for online viewing. Your participation in this seminar is an acceptance that your ancient voice may be streamed and included in the recording. For those here in the building, welcome to the new library auditorium. It smells so shiny, it looks so pretty. Well, we probably should put up a picture for those online. It is really gorgeous. The organising committee here in the building includes Ita Hansons from Tamworth over here, Laura Watkins from Kiama, there we are, over there, Kathy Chitsaris from City of Sydney. And that's all we've got here at the moment. And then also ably led by Ellen Forsyth here from State Library and all of the excellent team here at State Library and PLN. Tech up back there. Hi, thanks. For those online, we hope its promised improved capacity for hybrid viewing is working well for you all. Online, the seminar committee members are Aaron Wilkes from Richmond Valley and Maria Multimer from Inverell. This morning we'll be going straight through to an hour for lunch, but feel free to stretch if you need. If you need to take quiet time out, that's okay as well. For those in the building, the toilets are, if you go straight ahead upstairs, there's some accessible toilets on your left and then down the corridor for other loos as well. And for those at home, I believe the beauty of this webinar is I don't need to remind you to mute yourselves when you go to the toilet. Technology. The seminar theme is crossovers. So today we'll hear about events and programs that lead readers between genres, between formats and styles, from graphic novels crossing age divides to online book clubs working with different people's needs. Books made into TV series that lead to events for community connection and much more. We will bookend the day with a couple of keynote speakers. At the end of the day, we have Kate Holden, who'll be here in person to close off the day. And to open the seminar, I'll be delighted to introduce Ellen van Neven. Their most recent book, and my favourite, is Personal Score, Sport, Culture and Identity. And it's a book that crosses between poetry and autobiography and history. So who better to start a seminar based on crossovers as a theme? Ellen is an award-winning writer of Munjali and Yungabar and Dutch heritage. Their first book, Heat and Light, was the recipients of the David Unipon Award, the Dobby Literary Award, and the New South Wales Premier's Literary Awards Indigenous Writers Prize. They are the author of the poetry collections Comfort Food, which was shortlisted for the Kenneth Slessor Prize, and Throat, which won the Kenneth Slessor Prize and the Multicultural New South Wales Award, and the Book of the Year in the New South Wales Premier's Literary Award. Their most recent, they're online, joining us from Yanjin. So I hope that they'll be able to hear the applause, but let's give it anyway. Can everyone please welcome Ellen van Neven.
Thank you so much. I just couldn't find the mute button to unmute myself, but thank you. My name is Ellen van Neven. Can everyone see the slides that I've just put up?
We can also see them on this side as well.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Thank
That's
you.
all right.
And I was really happy to get the invitation from you, Yasmin. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of today. A little bit of a bummer that I'm not in person and I can't see this beautiful auditorium that you keep talking about. I definitely do want to see a photo. But I'm really pleased to be talking to you today online. There's a lot that I can sort of say about this topic, so I'm going to make sure that I leave some time for questions and don't get too carried away. But firstly, of course, it's my cultural obligation to acknowledge country, acknowledging the country where I'm living and working from, which is Yagara and Turrbal land, and pay my respects to the people here. I also pay my respects to people that are on Gadigal and the Gadigal people. And I would like to hear from those online whose country you're on, and also give me a sense of like how, I guess how sort of like wide this reach is for this seminar. So please, if you're online and you don't mind, please let us know where you're coming from. And it's, it's really important to acknowledge country to start things off. Thanks. See some responses already. Thank you. I also acknowledge Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are present, and acknowledging that always was, always will be Aboriginal land. So while those responses are still coming through, and it's great to sort of see, you know, people that are joining us from Kamilaroi, Darrell, we're getting quite a few responses there, diverse responses. This is just going to be a little bit of a overview of what I'm going to be talking about today. So just a little bit of an introduction to myself, why I write the material that I do, what it means to be moving between writing different genres, my favorite authors that are writing similar types of work, and what I think is coming next, and just, yeah, leaving some time for questions and discussion, if possible. So a little bit of a introduction to me. I see some people from a little bit that are joining us from a little bit more north, Bunjalung and Gambange. Okay, I'm gonna try not to get too distracted by the responses, but it's really, really great. Keep putting them in there. So I you know, I grew up, like I mentioned before, I grew up in Brisbane. Meanjin is the Turrbal name for the bend in the Brisbane River, or Maiwar. That's where the CBD is. So I grew up, I was born in Royal Brisbane Hospital, and grew up on the north side of Brisbane on Turrbal land, and just a little bit north from where my mum's people are from, which is Malanjali people from the Yugambeh language region. And I grew up in libraries because my mum started working in libraries when me and my brother were in upper primary / high school. My mum started training to be a library technician, and worked in as a library technician across libraries in Southeast Queensland. She would like bring us along when it was school holidays. So we would spend, you know, a lot of time in the libraries, and this fostered my deep love of reading and inner worlds. And I additionally grew a deep appreciation for the transformative power of libraries as public spaces of knowledge, accessibility, creativity, and community. And I myself, I'm both an editor and a writer, and I started my career as an editor at the Black and White Indigenous Writing and Editing Project, which is based at the State Library of Queensland. It's been running for more than a decade now, and it's great that little project that nurtures Indigenous editors and writers is housed at a state library, because there's a lot of, it's, you know, it's a hub of a lot of activity and a lot of potential for crossover. And so I was involved in the inaugural, the project when it was in its inaugural year, and I was sort of selected to be one of two trainee editors. I had recently graduated uni, and I was working, training to be an editor that specialized in working with Indigenous writers and Indigenous authored texts across genres. And I was mentored by the wonderful Sue Abbey, and also the late Arnie Linda McBride Uke, who was a Bundjalung and Bachelor woman. And just as what usually happens with Aboriginal families in Brisbane, she knew my family, and she had been, grown up with my family. So she really mentored me as well, like being a young person, being only 20 or 21, working this new job and learning so much about cultural safety, about the vitality of our stories as First Nations peoples, and how to sort of make the process as self-determined as possible, so the writers will be happy with the end product. They'll feel like that they were involved in all the key creative decisions, and we as editors are able to be in dialogue, in conversation with them to be able to get reach the full potential of the work. So I had a lot of people around me that were very nurturing and very mentored me a lot. A lot of the creative community in Brisbane got involved with the project. And it's also a national project. So the first writers that I worked with were Ali Cobby-Eckerman, who's from South Australia, and Alison Whitaker, who's Sydney-based, as a Gomeroi person. And so I got to work with those writers in my early career as an editor, and I was all the more nurtured and enriched by that journey as well. So I was doing editing, and I still am an editor, but it's not my full-time job. But at the time, editing was my main job, and I was writing sort of like in private, or not necessarily in secret, but in private, when I would get home from work, because I was so inspired by the other Indigenous writers that I was meeting, and I wanted to write my own works. And I worked at the library in that particular role, which I sort of transitioned from being like a trainee editor to being an editor, and then mentoring the new trainee editors. So I worked there for about 6 years, and then moved on to living in Naarm for a little while, which ended up being too cold for me, and I got a bit homesick, and I had to come back to Queensland. But this project is still ongoing and still developing Indigenous editors, and also really sort of showing what excellence is in the form of editing Indigenous authored literature, because there's histories of representation that are harmful to the Indigenous community, and there's also literature and the publishing industry is a place that is only very recently becoming a place of diversity. And so, yeah, I think for me, it's been really interesting in the last 10 years to see that conversation shifting. At the time, I was one of a mere handful of Indigenous editors working in the industry, and now it's increased a little bit, and there's more diverse people that are working in publishing. And there's definitely a lot more Indigenous authored works that are being published, but that's by no means indicative of the trajectory. Like, there's always been a really strong body of work that's coming from Indigenous authors. It's only recently that that work is being looked at by mainstream publishing models. So yeah, I think, yeah, for me, it's been really interesting in the last 10 years to see that shift and that growth. And when I talk today about how I write across genres, that's by no means a new thing. Writers, of course, have been writing across genres for a long time. And then I also mentioned that I'm an educator, and I do one-off workshops for different groups of people. And I also have been teaching a course through Varuna, which are based in the Blue Mountains, but they have online courses. I've been running a course through Varuna for the last 3 years, and it's for Indigenous writers, and it's about writing across genre and experimentation and hybrid forms. And I must really enjoy this. I think it's just my interest, but it's because it's such a safe space where it's a small group. It's really interesting to see like someone who would always identify as a poet write their first short story to a group of supportive peers, or a science fiction writer write like the other way around, write their first poem, or indeed just share poetry for the first time. And yeah, it's really opens a lot of things. It's not necessarily that the science fiction writer then becomes a poet and writes exclusively poetry, but they might learn something along the way that will unlock an idea. So it's a really enjoyable and interesting class. I probably learn a lot more from the participants than they learn from me. And we just talk about, why, we have big conversations about genre and why things are the way they are. This is a photo of me on country. See me with my Malanjali hat and my t-shirt that my cousin Jenny made for me, which says heal on a eagle. Our totem as Malanjali people is the wedge-tailed eagle, or mibbin. This photo is me sitting on a rock at the headwaters of my grandmother's country, where the water is cool and the air is really crisp and fresh. I had a bit of a head cold at the time, and then when I went there with my mum, I just felt so much better. It was like everything was lifted off me. So that's a special place for me, and I think I'll talk a little bit about it later, but I write and I am someone who represents the country where I'm from, and the people that I belong to. And so, yeah, for me, there's, it could be seen as a responsibility, but it's also a big privilege. And both my mum's parents that passed away. They both were born in Bow Desert and both belong to the country between the Logan and Albert rivers. Whereas my dad is Dutch and was born in the Netherlands. And my parents met in Europe. That's a story for another day. But came back to Australia and had me and my brother, and we grew up with our family all over Southeast Queensland. And then I have my Dutch family in the Netherlands, so I've visited a couple of times. Also a very big family. Both my parents have a lot of siblings, and I have a lot of cousins. So I'm going to talk now a little bit about my books, and just like that journey. Like I was saying earlier about, working with the students in my class, and their understanding about what kind of writer they are, and how that might be seen as really fixed, but that can sort of change over time. I grew up writing fiction, like short stories, and I thought that I would just be a fiction writer. I didn't see myself writing any other genres. So my first book, which was the book that I was writing when I was coming back home from work, late at night, is Heat and Light, and it's been described in many ways, like essentially as a short story collection, or a fiction work in 3 parts, because interestingly, there's a novella in the middle of the work called Water, which is a speculative fiction or Indigenous fiction, Indigenous futurist text, that's set in the near future, in times of an environmental crisis and politics that are going on, and it's definitely a work of satire. So that sort of sits in the middle of this book that, yeah, I think it really does defy like a straight definition. Some people are always also read it as like a bit of a hybrid novel, but and I'm not too interested in saying it's this, like you have to read it as a short story collection or you have to read it as a novel. It really just exists as it is, and how it's open to how people read it and how they interpret it. But I really, the short pieces in this work, they're different, but they're also connected. And it was, yeah, me writing from a place of being, young. I was in my early 20s when I wrote it, and really reflecting the world that I saw around me, both the past, present, and future. And the original cover of this book, which features a Ferris wheel, because one of the stories has a Ferris wheel in it. And then it's being repackaged as part of the First Nations Classics series, which I hope is a series that you have in your libraries, because I think it's really, really important series. The books that were part of that first round of re-release include Follow the Rabbit-Proof Fence by Arnie Doris Pilkington, who's passed away, The Window Seat by Archie Weller, Unbranded by Uncle Herb Wharton. There's some really, really great text in there that were all published through University of Queensland Press's Black Australian Writing List, which began in the 80s. But, some of these works, although they remain immense in terms of influence, they, had, they had short print runs. They weren't reviewed. If they came out in, the 90s or the early 2000s, they weren't given the recognition that they deserved. And some of them are now out of print. So the UQP editor that worked on these books, Yasmin Smith, who's a Waka Waka and South Sea Islander woman, she had to go back and because they're out of print, she had to sort of I don't know, do it manually, get the files and sort of do it manually so they could be so they could print the work again. So that's an important series, and there's some 8 new books that are coming out this year as part of that series. And they also come with new introductions. Sorry, they didn't have introductions to start with. Sorry, they come with so it's a new package. It's a cover by an Indigenous designer called Jenna Lee, and they come with those introductions that put the work into context, and they sort of asked the author, who would you like to introduce your work? And I chose Alison Whitaker, who I mentioned earlier, who I think is absolutely fantastic. And she wrote a wonderful introduction for my work, which made me really happy. I think in terms of what I was saying about these works not receiving the sort of recognition and readership that they deserved when they were released, some of these older works, I didn't feel like that for Heat and Light. I think I was really lucky and privileged that Heat and Light came out at a time where I think interest in stories, intersectional stories, were really, the sort of need was there, and that work was definitely, discussed and talked about, and I got a chance to talk about that work quite a lot. But as a sort of baby writer whose first book came out when they were really young, even though I worked in publishing, I had no idea what it meant or what it would be like, or, I think the publisher wrote the blurb for my book and I wasn't really happy with it, but I felt like I should just say yes to what that was going to be. For example, they used the word myth to describe my book, which is not a word that should be used to describe Aboriginal beliefs. And I think at the time I just said yes, and yeah, they went with that blurb. I was never really happy with it. And then, getting the chance to do it all over again and having the book repackaged and getting to sort of make adjustments to the blurb, and just feeling like I had more control and I was in a sort of supportive environment, and I knew now what that book meant to readers as well. So that's a really long introduction to my first book. I then decided that I was going to write poetry. And so I moved from being a fiction writer to a poet. Also, I mentioned earlier that the Heat and Light contains both speculative fiction and realism. So that's a crossover in itself. And I've definitely had, keen audiences that love speculative fiction, sci-fi, Indigenous futurism, visionary fiction. They love that sort of genre. So they really took to the parts in my book that are part of that genre, which I have continued to write more in that genre as well, because I think it's really exciting, and you can do some really, really interesting work in that genre. And it really reflected my reading as well. When I wrote this book, Heat and Light, I was reading the works of Margaret Atwood, Louise Erdrich, and Tara June Winch. So you can definitely see those influences in Heat and Light. I decided that I was going to write poetry because poetry was the first literary form that I encountered, being as someone that was part of a big Murray community, and whether it was NAIDOC Day or rallies, poetry it's always been a big part of protest and community in those spaces. So I would hear spoken word being called out in a rally, and there would be like a mic at NAIDOC Day, that I would hear like poets like come up and perform their work, and I could really like hear it carry through the street sounds and the birds and everything. Like it felt like there's something about the orality of poetry and spoken word that I feel really kind of hits you in the heart. and we have a lot of beautiful legends of the form in Queensland, from Oodgeroo Noonuccal to Lionel Fogarty to Samuel Wagon Watson, that, you know, I could draw on them and their works and their strengths. And indeed, Uncle Lionel and Samuel were very supportive of me when I started writing poetry. So I was like, I have something to say, and I want to add my voice to the spirit of community and to a certain, you know, sort of for young queer people as well, to sort of hear, you know, their experiences reflected back at them. So I was really keen to start writing poetry, but I was also it's also very sort of daunting, and I'll explain that a little bit later about what it means to sort of go from having written a fiction work and then people expect that the next work is also going to be fiction, and then you sort of say, well, I'm writing poetry now, and sort of, yeah, how that conversation works. But yeah, the next two works were books of poetry. We had Comfort Food with the beautiful bunya pine on the front cover, which is really symbolic to this region where I'm from. And then we had Throat, which came out in 2020. And then, you know, Yasmin talked about Personal Score, which is the most recent and most fresh off the press of those works. And speaking of fresh off the press, it's just about to be released in America. It's my first book that has come out in another country, with a new cover as well. I should have put the American cover up, because the American cover is wild. Like, it's, you just have to see it, but it's I think it sort of speaks to the idea of Americans doing everything bigger and bolder. But yeah, it's really quite different to the Australian cover, which was done by the beautiful Jenna Lee. So I'll talk a little bit later about, and I'm also conscious of time, but I'll talk a little bit later about why I decided to go into nonfiction, because you could see it's another shift, and whether it's really a big deal that I'm writing in different genres or not, but you can see that I'm going from being someone who's known as a fiction writer to a poet, and then writing a work of nonfiction, which is very much a hybrid work. So I'm not only am I writing across genres, but I'm also challenging genres and writing works that sort of straddle genre as well. And then I just wanted to draw attention to the anthologies that I've got the privilege to have worked on. First anthology that I put together is called Writing Black, and it's digital only. It was a time of real conversation at the State Library about, and also being, you know, State Libraries also houses Queensland Writers Centre, and at the time, I'm not sure if they're still there, but If Book Australia, which was about the future of the book. And so we wanted to sort of create an anthology of Indigenous writing that was for iPads and laptop only, and it had a lot of functionality in the work where there was the ability to play video and audio. It was a very visual work, and I was also tapping people on the shoulder that were doing interesting things. So a writer called Siv Parker, who was at the time, you know, in the early 2010s, was writing Twitter fiction, which was something that was big at the time. She was writing this microfiction on Twitter about her Aboriginal experience, rural New South Wales experience. And so we were able to capture some of those stories, this Twitter fiction, in that anthology. I don't have the cover of that anthology because I couldn't find one that sort of fit within. It's a different format to the other covers. but it's still available to be downloaded for free. And so that's Writing Black. And then I edited Homeland Calling, which is another interesting crossover work, because this is words from a new generation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voices. These are all young people in communities that Desert Pea Media, they bring in the support for these communities to write songs and direct music videos. And so it's very much sort of hip hop inspired and, other genres of music. But those lyrics are so exceptional, and it's so important to be able to showcase them to the rest of Australia, that I was asked to edit the anthology of those words and sort of put them together. And that process was really interesting as well, because of course of course, like a work is going to be different when it's heard and when it has music to it than when it's read on the page. So how to sort of capture that movement of that work on the page, and that's books become, I think, very popular and very important for a youth readership. And there's a Baker Boy, who's the musician and rapper, who originally comes from the NT. He wrote a really beautiful introduction to that book. Then I edited Flock, which is my favorite cover, beautiful black cockatoo. That's an anthology of previously published works, and it sort of tracks the short story from like the early 90s to now. So there's some really strong short stories in here, and this book has also been one that I think people really love, like having this gathering of works in there. And I think the stories really show the diversity of First Nations writing. And then my co-editor, Rafif Ismail, and myself, we edited this book called Unlimited Futures. And this work is quite significant because it's a pairing of writing from First Nations Indigenous writing, which we've used the word Black here, BLAK, which should always be credited to Destiny Deacon, the artist, Torres Strait Islander artist, who came up with that spelling of Black in the early 90s to describe the experiences of sometimes urban-based Blackfellas, but also as a sort of self-determined phrase, because as our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, since colonization, there's been so many terms that have been used to reference us. And the idea of like creating and owning terms that we have created is more kind of, you can feel more stronger and prouder in that, if that's your choice to identify as BLAK. And so, we sort of thank Destiny for being generous in allowing people to use that term. So we just wrote Unlimited Futures, Black and Black Visionary Fiction. And so my friend Rafif is from Sudan, and they gathered a group of emerging and established Afro-Black writers that living in Australia. And so we have a sort of pairing of sort of half of the stories coming from Indigenous authors and half of the stories Indigenous authors to Australia, because there are Indigenous authors in the book that are Indigenous to Africa. and then the other writers being of African heritage living in Australia. And also just having conversations with Rafeef, because I absolutely let them edit those pieces with input from me, and they let me edit the pieces from Indigenous authors with input from them. But having those conversations just about how much diversity is within, we're not a monolith as an, Indigenous Australian. I'm only representative of me. There's such a diversity of nations and experiences, and the same with Rafeef, as someone who is from Afro-Black heritage. The diversity of the Afro-Black writers in this book, in terms of what they're writing about and where they're from and who they are, is also really vast. So that book was really, I think, really an important project for me to work on, for representation as well, because there's not a lot of representation of Afro-Black writers in traditional publishing, in mainstream publishing. And so we sort of took what's a very popular term in YA lit, which I think, this comes with history as well, called own voices. So we said this is own voice speculative fiction. And we also use the word visionary fiction, which I believe comes from the writer Adrienne Marine Brown, who's one of my favorite writers. And visionary fiction is really about creating a vision for what you want the world to be. So you can use spec fic and sci-fi devices to really sort of create a vision of whatever it might be that you are hopeful for, or what you might be scared for. So I really like the term visionary fiction as something that can encapsulate many different genres. It's of course there's also a lot of invisible ties between First Nations people and people of color as well. So that project, I think, was really important for me. And I'm glad that some of those writers have gone on to do some amazing things as well. We were always very clear that we wanted to work with emerging writers, as well as having a few big names in there just to sort of spark some interest. But I think it's also a massive thing for an emerging writer to see their story next to the story of someone who's really established and they really admire. Definitely was for me when I was sort of starting out as a young writer. And I make the distinction clear that emerging writers can be of any age. So I have a play coming out this year. It premieres on Gadigal land. It's called Swim. It's a poetic play about swimming, gender and family. Debuts in July. It's been quite a few years in development, including through the Mooglan's Festival Yellamundi, which happens every 2 years at Carriage Works. So that was a whole other process for me, how to sort of turn poetry into work that will work in a theatre space. So that's another sort of crossover for me. There was many times where it felt difficult. I was like, I don't know if I want to work with people anymore. Maybe this is just a poem. It doesn't have to be a play. But then I would see what collaboration could bring to the words and the story. And, the director, Andrea James, the performer, Danny Sibb, like what they brought to it, what everyone in the creative team brought to it. And just how accurate my language has to be for that space. I think just like writing for children, like when you're writing a picture book, how people say, oh, that's kind of easy. And you're like, no, every word has to really demand its place. I think that was sort of how I felt about writing this work for theatre as well, is that every word counts in a different way than I'd experienced working on it with other genres. And there's also so much, it's such a dynamic form. I just wanted to highlight the works of And let me know if I'm running out of time. I know that we sort of had a late start. I don't have that many slides, much more slides to go, but do let me know if I need to stop. But I just wanted to talk about Maxine Beneva Clark, who, like me, writes poetry, short fiction, non-fiction, also writes amazing books for children, and has developed The Hate Race into a play that's just come out. Alexis Wright, who writes amazing novels, but also writes really important and insightful non-fiction, like Tracker, which came out a few years ago, which really changed the game in terms of what a collective or communal biography could look like. Tony Birch, who's known, I think, mainly for his novels and short fiction, but maybe you might not know that he writes poetry as well. So he's written some books like Broken Teeth and Blood Songs that are really important works of archival poetics, will include archival poetics in their work. Sarah Soleil, who writes poetry and fiction, Sydney-based, Gadigal-based writer. I really enjoyed The Flirtation of Girls, which came out last year. I think it's amazing. And she also had a novel that came out last year as well. So this is a debut writer who decides to release a novel and a poetry collection in 1 year. Like, I think that's pretty bold and pretty amazing, and really speaks to the idea that we don't have to choose between genres. And one of my biggest influences, and definitely for Personal Score, when I was writing Personal Score, and sort of felt like it gave me permission to write creative nonfiction, is Billy Ray Belcourt, who's a career writer from Canada, who writes poetry, fiction, and nonfiction. Here are the covers. We've got The Hate Race that I mentioned, My Brief Body, which is essays by Billy, Whisper Songs, that poetry collection I mentioned by Uncle Tony. Alexis Wright's Tracker, The Flirtation of Girls by Sarah Soleil. And then also this, I wanted to mention this book that's came out in Turtle Island, came out in the US. But I think it was really fundamental for me thinking about what creative nonfiction could be. It's called Shapes of Native Nonfiction. And actually, you know, there's not too much that I can say about it, but myself and Dr. Janine Lane are editing a book right now that's about the possibilities of lyric nonfiction from First Nations writers, and how that can sort of really play with genre, be kind of a hybrid work between poetry and nonfiction, and sort of release us from the constraints of genre. So yeah, I just also want to mention that my works are set for curriculum, so that's another audience as well. So younger high school audience, and sections of that text are selected to have, you know, an impact and to speak to that readership. I write from an intersectional, which is a term that must always be referenced. We must always reference Kimberly Crenshaw when we talk about intersectional. So I highlight experiences from a Maori, mixed race, queer and trans perspective from Mullumbimby. You saw that photo of me on country, and the places that I'm connected to on Yoga and Turrbal, in relational mode, collaboratively engaging with members of my community to tell a communal story at times, and from a justice perspective, wanting to raise awareness, make a difference, and uplift communities. This is just a quote from a writer, a Maori writer from Aotearoa, New Zealand, Katuku, who says it's an Indigenous thing to decide to write in every single kind of genre and form. This is a quote about the lyric essay. The lyric essay provides a space for native nonfiction to be Indigenous without pressure to perform indigeneity. That's by a writer called Tommy Pico. And myself, I write across genre to shape, shift, break form, boundary hop, stay nimble, tread lightly to find new ways to be fluid, flowing, flexible, relational, subversive, to undermine expectations placed on me and my communities, to forever be growing, reaching, not staying still. And for me, to write across genre is freeing, but it also requires a level of apprenticeship where I have to read widely in the genre that I want to publish in and try and remain open-minded. Like I said, I used to only read fiction and write fiction, but now I feel like there's so much to be gained by all types of writing, particularly writing that speaks to me and is challenging. Just my final thoughts, and I'm thinking about why it seems to be that we're in a time where writers are writing across genre. Like I said, it's always been happening, but it seems like we're in a particular time that's more supportive to that. I think that Indigenous writers and writers of colour are engaging in the fluidity of genre and non-Western ideals of storytelling. I think that LGBTIQA+ authors are using forms such as autofiction, hybrid memoir, graphic memoir, that are also very fluid. There's an increased diversity in who works in traditional publishing, and maybe that's true in the library space as well. Publishers are willing to allow authors to cross over genre and not feeling this sort of sense of the loss of market. Authors are feeling supported by peers. There's less gatekeeping in genre. There's a rise of the digital literature and electronic literature that sort of privilege interactivity. Readers are finding books in new ways, such as social media. There's an era of authors as personalities. So readers are following an author while they sort of hop across genre because they're invested in that author's story. And there's also an era of Australian adaptations that I've noticed, like Leah Purcell's Drover's Wife, that's being across media, and Jane Harrison's The Visitors. It's like both a play, an opera, a novel, and sort of, yeah, that's also something that that's interesting in that space. I hope I've left time for one or two questions. I'm really sorry that I know we had a late start, and that you probably want to have your morning tea, or I know you're going straight to lunch, but we have another speaker coming. But yeah, if we had one or two questions, I'll be very happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Ellen, for that. We do have time for a few questions. We have a little bit of wiggle room for a discussion period later. So if anyone's got any questions, and while people are thinking of one, I will. You've got one?
You?
No.
No. I should turn this on.
Come and stand here.
Okay.
This is easy.
Hi, Ellen. I would like to
Hello,
know what
how are
you
you?
read. I'm very good. I love to talk, and I'd like to know what you actually read yourself for, just for fun.
That's a good question. What do I read for fun? Because, I think probably like you as well, like there's a big overlap between reading for work and reading for fun. That happens. I love to read poetry, but I'm also learning a lot when I read poetry. And I think I also love reading science fiction. There was an amazing book that I read recently by an Australian author. I might link it in the chat. But I also just love revisiting my favorite poetry collections when I feel like it. Yeah, so I think, yeah, that's probably, but I love reading everything. Yeah, thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Have we got any others from the audience? And while you're doing that, and maybe take off the screen share, I might see about turning this camera around so you can see everyone too. Sec. The lights are down, but let's see if you can see the room a little bit and the people there. Hey, everyone can wave.
Oh, it's very dark.
It is very dark though, so you can't really see the magnificence of the room there. Sorry, Ellen. I'll move it back. Is there any other questions before we get going? If not, I do have a burning one myself. Okay,
You can have
well, I've got a couple.
the
but I'll-
course.
I suppose my first question would be, I'm a non-fiction reader with a side love of poetry, and your book Personal Score taught me and led me to more reading of history, which I didn't expect when I first opened the book. As a writer that crosses genres, how much do you think about leading readers to new genres and ideas when you write across styles and themes?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I also was gonna just say, like, the first and only time that I've been on TV for my writing was I was on the footy show, like NITV has a footy show. And I was on the footy show talking about my book Personal Score. I mean, that's a crossover if you've ever
Yeah,
had one.
it's a great one.
That was really fun because we could just talk about sport, and it's an AFL show, and my book's not really even really much about AFL, but it was a chance for me to talk about my ideas about sport in the book, and sort of, yeah, from an Indigenous perspective. So that was really fun and enjoyable. So I think with something like Personal Score is that I was bringing readers along who'd read my fiction and poetry, for example, potentially, and sort of introducing, the history and the journalism and the memoir parts. But I was also, there's also writers that are coming from it from a sports perspective, that also potentially it's new for them to sort of see poetry in a book like that. So I think there's a lot of, it's a work that's really doing a lot and weaving a lot. And I think I just sort of had to have trust in myself, and my publisher was also very supportive that it wouldn't be too, yeah, because I think in some ways I've included a lot of diversity and form in the book to make it accessible, but it also can potentially go the other way and lead to inaccessibility. So I just sort of had to trust that it would find the readers that it would, and it would speak to the people that it would, and potentially sometimes people read a work and there's something that is really core to them when they're reading that's really important. Like, for example, it could be the queer representation in the work, or it could be there's a section in the work that talks about how to play sport on Indigenous land that might be really, people can feel like they can draw out of that. So often readers have a really core thing that they take from a work, and then everything else is still important, but it's sort of that thread that they follow through. So I felt like there was enough threads in that work to work. And for me, like, it was just, I just wanted to, I'm a kind of a bit of a cheeky person when you get to know me, and I wanted to just write something that I think would just, for me, it's just crossing so many boundaries and things that you're told not to do as a writer. And I wanted to just say, hey, like, this is a work that's importantly speaking to, like, thinking about things in a new way. So it also has to be presented in a new way.
Yeah. Thank you. That's a really wonderful rundown of it. And I suppose also the slide that you had earlier about writing, to be fluid and nimble and not stay still. In doing that, that allows that experience also to the readers as well as you go through and write across different genres and styles in a book. So, yeah, thank you very much for your time and everything. I don't know. Oh, there is a question. Yay! Excellent. Hold on. We'll see. Yeah. Let's do a quick one because we can shuffle all of the others back. Yay.
Thank you so much for saying, blowing my mind, really sadly. Just the children.
The question, if you couldn't hear it there, Ellen, was would you consider children's writing?
Yeah, I'm
Writing for
currently,
children.
thank you for your question. I'm currently working on a book for middle grade, so 11 to 13 or abouts. And so that's a whole new learning for me, and a joy as well, because like I mentioned, I have works that are in schools. I do go potentially sometimes do school visits and have interactions with, you know, mainly upper high school who are studying my work or are particularly engaged with writing, say, poetry. But this, I never wrote my book specifically for a young audience. So this is an opportunity to, specifically and deliberately and with intent writing and really drawing on, like, there's an amazing book by Rebecca Lim called The Tiger's Daughter, which I really enjoyed for that readership. So I can be like, well, Rebecca's done something really amazing in that book. How can I sort of write for that readership in such a beautiful way and such a heartwarming way? And so the book that I'm working on it's about online bullying and the effects on kids and how they kind of navigate that, and just how, like, big it was. It wasn't big when I was at school because I was sort of I'm a bit older, but but I definitely have experiences of being bullied and how, you know, isolating that is, that I can draw on in terms of writing this book, but also thinking about what a sort of scary space it is for kids to sort of navigate. Particularly, you know, we had the referendum last year which was such a such a sort of, it had so much impact on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to sort of hear that debate being played out every day, and definitely online. So that's the book that I'm also working on. So I'm also going to, you know, be like Maxine and just write every genre possible potentially one day. That's for your question.
Oh, that's wonderful. I think we'll have to wrap up now because we've got some other speakers coming up next. We've got Gabrielle Cundy from Alia Graphic. Thank you very much, Ellen. And I hope that you can maybe hear the audience in here, and hope everyone online is also similarly appreciative. But yeah, can everyone join me in thanking Ellen for talking? Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely day. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And also for anyone here in the audience, while we're just switching over to the next one, the First Nations classics that Ellen has mentioned, a lot of those are also available through Indie Reads, provided here by State Library. So all of your library patrons can access some of those First Nations classics ones with their library memberships, existing library memberships. So now we're moving into some shorter talks, and hopefully Gabrielle is here, standing up, yes, from the Alia Graphic Group. And well, I'm going to let you talk about what you're going to talk about while I move this around. Where are we? There we go. Da, da, da. There's yours. Okay. Oh, I haven't screen shared. First, sorry. Hi, everyone that's watching my face online while I'm doing this. Where are we? There we go. Better. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that's all right.
Yes, that's
I'll
good.
leave it to you, Gabrielle. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabby. I am the collection development librarian at Blacktown Council, and I am also a member of Alia Graphic. So yes, science says comics make you smarter. It's not verified by anyone, but I'm taking it and we're going with it. So I have been working in libraries for 10 years. I started as a library technician in a school, and then I moved into council libraries, where I was a branch librarian in our collections. So my passion is children's graphic novel, but now I have to work in the adult spaces with my new role, so we are learning and growing. So I like to do this at the start of any of my presentations. Has anyone read a graphic novel or comic from their library collection? Yay! That's so many more hands than I've seen in the past. So we love that. So if you don't know, so Alia Graphic, we're a specialty group in Alia. So we were established in 2019 with 3 members, and today there's 8 or 9 of us from around the country. And our mission is really to be a resource for everyone and build a network for library professionals, help with any sort of collection development like advocacy and programming, and to support you. So any questions that you have regarding your collections, really anything, because there is so many of us, we all sort of specialize in a different space. So obviously mine is children's and sort of middle grade, young adult. We have team members who love adult graphic novels, and then we have a dedicated like manga specialist. She just love everything. She reads constantly and she really loves it. So if you have any questions, please email us. And each month we put out a monthly newsletter. So we sort of collate all the news around the graphic novel space. We look at all the new releases that come out in that month, and we specifically highlight Australian creators. So they're normally in bold, and it's broken down into a children's, YA, and adult. We do a number of creator chats throughout the year with Australian creators when they're sort of promoting their new works or have new things coming out, which is really fun. And every year we do a specific webinar on a topic around graphic novels, and we've been lucky enough to have people from around the world, other graphic novel groups, other people that maybe work in the manga space join us for those webinars. So we are busy planning our one this year. And where you can find us, we have a host of things. We have a YouTube, Facebook group. We have a podcast that we put out every month, which wraps up our newsletter. So if you just prefer to listen instead of read, that's a great place. We've recently started a LinkedIn. And yes, we are no longer on the platform X. So if you follow us on that, we're not on it anymore. And just 2 months ago, we actually got a brand new website. So if you have subscribed to us before on our blogspot, that is no longer active. And our new work in progress website is down the bottom. And we're working on the newsletters and how to distribute them to them. And one of our favorite things every year that we do is we collate all of the Australian graphic novels that have come out in the year, and we decide our notables because there was never enough graphic novels coming on the the CBCA list or these lists around, so we thought, well, we'll do it. So our notables for 2023 are actually coming out next Friday. So our long list has already been published. And to be eligible for this, these titles have to be available from library suppliers because we want them out there. We want them to be bought and loved by all libraries. So that's very exciting. There were some great submissions last year. So yes, we're looking forward to announcing that next Friday. But what we've come here to talk about is how, the multi-genre approach is really strong and highlighted in graphic novels. I was trying to find a fun infographic, and there was many. I went down a rabbit hole, but I quite like this one because you see how genres touch and blend into each other, and that sort of opens up a world of reading. So yeah, I suppose each genre has unique characteristics, and exposing readers to them will help them understand and enjoy any book they might choose. So if you think of fantasy novel and a mystery novel, they're written quite differently. But then when blended together, readers are really, you know, exposed to more devices. And as such, you know, it can lead them to something new and fun. They can broaden your perspective of the world. Yep. And I always get lost in my notes. I think a big thing with graphic novels, you know, as well, is that it really stimulates creativity. So not only, you know, do you have a title that is blending genres, you also add on top of the graphic nature to it, and that's really just really opening up, you know, a reader's mind to the story, because, yeah, what you read and interpret and then what you read and see, it can be sometimes two very different things. And then, yeah, this in turn opens up new titles to readers, which is always our goal and our aim. Start with one, move into the next. So just a few examples of, you know, sort of this multi-genre approach and how they can, you know, appeal to different readers. So Ghost Book by Remy Lai. You know, it's mixing adventure with Chinese mythology, which is something fun. My Aunt is a Monster is really a mystery, but it's also an adventure fantasy. And then it also has a representation of a disability. So I've forgotten her name, but the main character, she is blind. She's only experienced the world through podcasts and audiobooks. And unfortunately, her parents do pass away. And she is then, you know, sent to live with her aunt, who is a monster. But she doesn't know that. She just thinks that she's her aunt. And then they sort of go off on this sort of grand adventure, and it's, you know, finding yourself and you know, all of that is added up into it. But it's very fun. You know, we have the reimagining of classics, which is a really big thing. So like Meg, Jo, Beth and Amy. It's a modern day retelling of Little Women. So that is then, you know, exposing sort of the modern day to that story. And then that could lead them to potentially reading, you know, the classic text. Superman, the son of KL. So that is done by Tom Taylor, who is an Australian creator who cannot be stopped, because I don't know how it works constantly. He has so many books out. We can't keep up. But yes, this was sort of controversial in a way, because it was the first, you know, a DC comic that had LGBTQI+ representation. So that was very fun, and it just keeps going by strength to strength. Lock and Key. So I knew it was a comic, but I hadn't really delved into it that much. So I'd only seen the Netflix show. If you've seen the Netflix show, it's a very light, you know, sort of fun fantasy. The graphic novel is there's horror in it. So for me, I was not expecting that, but I read it. I went, this is great, not for me, but I appreciate. And yeah, I don't read horror or, you know, look at horror in my graphic novels, so it was quite an interesting read. And you know, what classic Watchmen, if people just sort of hear the term, they just think, yeah, it's a, you know, superhero thing, but the graphic novel is actually quite intense. It's a big sort of a mystery noir feel to it. And that one does lead me to my next point, but I'll get back to that. Which is, how can comics really promote literacy? So Yogi, who is our convener, he created this infographic at the top, because comics in nature, they're, you know, they encapsulate all of the literacies. You can't have one without the other, because they all have to work together in a way that the reader will be able to read, comprehend, understand. And, you know, they could be reading one thing, but their body language and their facial expression is actually telling a different story. So yeah, so when it comes to promoting graphic novels, so a struggling reader will benefit from the image association, so to help decode the narrative and the lesser amount of written text, while an advanced reader will benefit from the complex relationship between the composition and the layout and all the concise writing that needs to happen. So with that, I sort of classify myself as a sort of an advanced-ish reader, you know. Very proud of the fact I can read, you know, 120 books a year. Watchmen took me 3 months to read because it is such an in-depth story. You can read the words, but it's the next layer of the image behind, and then the layer behind that. I was so not overwhelmed, but I could only read maybe like 20 minutes or half an hour at a time because there was just so much to think about. So the attention to detail, so remembering what happened, you know, all those pages ago, and it probably wasn't said, it was just like a thing in the corner, and like trying to find everything. So I had to really, you know, hone my skills around that. So yeah, some of them can be quite intense. They use very rich and concise language. Like Ellen said before, every word needs to be considered. There is actually a high incidence of median words in graphic novels and comics. And so rare words per 1,000 is actually at 53%, which is higher than a normal adult fiction novel. So there's, yeah, more richer and concise language in a graphic novel. So, you know, those two things in turn will expand, you know, the reader's vocabulary and their grammar skills, and, you know, will sort of help them develop their active problem solving. So yes, I wanted to make the sort of the graphic on my left a lot more connected, but I didn't have the time. So yeah, so graphic novels, they really do like connect readers. I've had many conversations with kids at the school I was at, their parents, and then moving into a public library. You know, just how well and graphic novels can help them like connect with their siblings, connect with their, you know, family members, or, you know, people who are bringing them to the library, their peers as well. So if you have a struggling reader, you know, they can access the same text as one of the more advanced readers, and that enables them to have a conversation, you know, around it. It also connects them to us as library staff. You know, I've had fun debates with kids about the meaning of this story and the meaning of that story, and, you know, they're always excited to then come back to tell me, you know, what they liked, what they didn't like, which then, you know, I can then suggest some new books. So when we are sort of promoting graphic novels, when you're doing readers advisory, so knowing what's in your collection, you don't need to know like every single thing, you know, in the kids section, you know, just knowing a few things, knowing what's popular, seeing what's being borrowed, those things are sort of to take into account. Don't be afraid of them. They're not scary. I know some people tend to not want to, you know, recommend them because they don't know enough about them. But just knowing a few in every genre, because you don't have to give people thousands of options. If you have, you know, a reader who loves fantasy, you can give them, you know, the longer form fiction book, but you can also throw in a graphic novel, and you know, then it's up to them to pick and choose, you know, what they want. But just being part of the conversation and showing them that they're there is really important. And, you know, be positive about your choice. Don't go, oh, and this one's a graphic, like, you know, be a little bit enthusiastic. I mean, we do, you know, we do that with most books anyway. We try to be. But yes, the selection on my left, like, I can talk about these forever. If you want to be traumatized by a koala, I suggest you read Rainbow the Koala. Or I was not ready for that. And if you read it, you'll understand. Poor little koala. Yes, it's set in, the Australian bushland. You can figure out it's a whole thing. So yeah, be positive, make it a fun thing. Beetle and the Hollow Bones, that there's a little ghost who can't leave the supermarket, and it's the saddest page of a graphic novel I've ever read. This little ghost, he can't leave, and so he's just there in the nighttime by himself at the limit of where he can be, and Beetle has gone off, and he's so sad. And you're like, how can you feel so sad about a little ghost? But it really gets you. So yeah, making it fun. So readers advisory tools that you can look at. So there's us, we have a wealth of things. You can also email us, good comics for kids. So these next three, they are all American, just because. So yeah, that focuses on children's all the way up to YA. It has great lists of titles that are being published, and reviews on there as well. It's run by the School Library Journal. No Flying, No Tights. That's a really comprehensive page. If you're looking for lists, reviews, all sorts of things. No Flying, No Tights. It's very good to look at. And then the Graphic Novels and Comics Roundtable, which is sort of our equivalent, but they're much bigger. So yeah, they also do the same thing. So if you're looking, just to expand your knowledge, or maybe you're looking to add things to your collection, they do really great lists. Both No Flying, No Tights and the Graphic Novels and Comics, they do like yearly roundups like we do as well. So if you do have any questions about anything, we are here for you. So this is our email that you can email us at any time. Again, yeah, because we are so broad, any topic is okay because someone in the team will answer it, and sort of get you the best information as possible. So yes, I have questions if there's time for questions. If not, you can find me later. I'm wearing very bright pink pants, so not hard to miss. No, that's okay. Yeah, you can find me later. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabby. We're just going to do a little bit of fixing for the online viewers for how it's being viewed. So while we're doing that, Wollongong Libraries are here to talk about Comic Gong. They here with us? Yes. Yay! So they opened it last year. It's another I'm just going to stop the share. Okay, what's that one? No, captions. One step. Yeah, sure. I can see them moving, but we're seeing the leading slide. I still think that's the position to be in. Okay. Don't you? Yeah. I'll fiddle at lunchtime. All right. So we'll just stay with this and tap across. Yep. All right. Yeah, down there, Chris. Okay, everyone. I would like to welcome Wollongong Libraries to talk about their fantastic Comic Gong. Take it away.
Thanks, Yasmin. Hi, everyone. My name's Roseanne. I'm the service team leader for collections at Wollongong City Libraries. And for 10 years, I was on the team that planned and delivered our annual pop culture and comics festival, Comic Gong. So when we first started the Comic Gong journey in 2013, I didn't really care about comics and graphic novels. I thought they were cool, but that was kind of the extent of it. I was really there for the pop culture. But as the years went on, I got more invested, and as my job changed and evolved into collection development and management, I started becoming a lot more interested in what was on our shelves. And as some of you might know, library suppliers aren't that great at profiling graphic novels. So I also started to take an interest in attempting to curate our collections. And over the past, decade, I've become really excited about the breadth of titles and stories that are being offered through the graphic novel format. So these are 4 non-fiction titles that we hold in our adult graphic novel collection. I got really excited because, you know, all of like while there's amazing things being published in the fiction side of things as well, all of a sudden there was like this plethora of non-fiction stories and people telling their own stories, and I got really excited. And I was telling some of the staff, I was doing a bit of a presentation at one of our libraries, and I was telling them about these, and then I was really shocked to find out that they were excited about these not because of the nonfiction, but because they didn't realize that we had anything in our adult graphic novel collection that wasn't sexually explicit or ultra violent. And this wasn't actually all that long ago. So while that was funny at the time, it really brought home to me later on, while reflecting on it, that I was kind of horrified, because can you imagine the reader's advisory that they'd be doing of the graphic novel collection when you think it's all about porn? So it brought home to me how really important it is to educate staff and educate yourselves. As Gabby was just talking about, you don't have to know all of the titles in the collection, but you do need to know something about them in order for, in order for us to give our customers the reading experiences that they are looking for, or maybe they don't know that they're looking for. And one of the things that Comic Gong has allowed us to do, because another thing that's great about these and other things that are happening in the graphic novel publishing world at the moment is that comics used to be the domain of white guys who were super into superheroes, right? But it's actually becoming a really amazing space for women, for people of color, for people with disabilities, and for our LGBTQIA+ communities to tell their stories in amazing, different, and interesting ways. And Comic Gong is what is giving us a part of a platform that allows us to promote these stories and these artists to a wider range of people, and allows us to champion multiple literacies in inclusive communities. So junior graphic novels, oh my goodness. Gabby kind of talked to these a little bit, but I just wanted to throw up there, most of you probably know at least most of those series titles. Junior graphic novels are super popular, and for us, they're our second most loaned collection across the service. These are our junior graphic novel loan figures from 2014 to 2023. Yeah, right? It's really super exciting. And but the reason we don't have, as you can see, it goes from 20. So prior to 2014, we didn't have a junior graphic novel collection. We only had one graphic novel collection. It was the youth graphic novel collection. We did have some junior graphic novels, but like Asterix and Obelix, Captain Underpants, but they were interfiled with the junior fiction. But in 2013, when we started Comic Gong, and one of the reasons was to promote graphic novels and comics, we kind of started looking at that and thought, can we do this differently? Because if we're really going to be championing graphic novels and comics, then perhaps we need to, be able to market and promote to specific across the age groups. And while I would never totally put the massive increase in loans completely to separating out the collections, I do think it made a difference. And I think delineating collections within our larger collections is a really vague and indirect kind of way of reader's advisory, right? Because you're sort of saying that this is its own thing. And one time I was serving one of our young customers, and she was about 10 or 12. She was super excited. She had a bunch of graphic novels. And we started talking, and she was saying that her dad didn't really want her to read graphic novels. And I was like, oh, well, you should tell him about, there's research that shows how beneficial it is, multiple literacies, blah, blah, blah. And then she's like, oh my goodness, can you tell my dad? And I was like, I guess. And she's like, Dad, come over here. I'm like, oh no. So he comes over, and she's like, tell him what you told me. So I did. I'm like, oh, multiple literacies, benefits, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, look, I'm an English professor. I know that. And I do agree with you. And then he turns to his daughter and he says, I don't not want you to read graphic novels. I just want you to read chapter books as well. And a little bit of my heart died right then, because I was like, you kind of just missed the point there, I think. Because I will go to bat for chapter books anytime. That's what I read. I love books. But here's your daughter super excited about reading graphic novels, and you're offering this other format almost still as like something that kind of trumps it. And, you know, it really brought home to me that this was only a couple of years ago. So it really brought home to me that we are still fighting that that bias against graphic novels and comics, that they're not, you know, literature. So we still have that fight going on. And thankfully, for us at least, Comic Gong has given us a kind of an awareness of, you know, that kind of, that's what brought us to splitting up the collections in the first place. So it's giving us a platform to really target different parts of the community in different ways. So where did this all start? Well, in 2013, we held the first Comic Gong at Corrimal District Library and Community Centre. Our original purpose was to bring together young people and promote graphic novels and comics to the community, thereby increasing library awareness and usage, which of course was aligned with our strategic objectives at the time. It was actually really exciting. We had 1,300 people show up. It was kind of a pilot event just to assess community interest. And yeah, 1,300 people showed up. So we were like really excited. We had 20 different exhibitors. Most of them were local artists, but we did have some people like King's Comics and Film Inc., who were actually quite involved in the initial years of Comic Gong. And then we had a range of, you know, fairly simple, you know, activities and things that people could do. And you'll notice we were calling it a costume competitions, because we didn't think that at that point in time anybody would know what the mainstream community wouldn't know what cosplay meant. But it's funny looking back on it now because it sounds really quaint. So as Comic Gong's popularity increased, given the success of this first event, in 2014, we moved it into Wollongong. And at that point, it was across 3 locations. In 2022, it was across 5. So as its popularity increased, its purpose evolved in acknowledgement of the varied age groups that were invested in pop culture and comics. This increased awareness of the library throughout the community, further targeting traditionally non-library user groups, while also evolving the library's brand and perception. And eventually it became this. So 2022 was the most recent really big event that we held, and I'll get to that in a little bit. But it was also the first one that we'd held since the pandemic, and it was super exciting. We had nearly 13,000 attendees. We had 64 exhibitors over 2 locations, and I'm not going to lie, that really nearly killed me because exhibitors was one of my responsibilities. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, and we had, as you can see, we had a massive range of different kinds of activities and stuff like that, which is a lot bigger and covers a lot more ground and covers a lot more of the community than our first one. This is what we did during in 2022 and 2021. Obviously, we didn't hold a Comic Gong at all in 2020, but we wanted to do something in 2021 so that we didn't disappear from public consciousness forever. But obviously, we needed to comply with various restrictions. So we held different events at different times, targeting different age groups, and they were all obviously bookings. So in 2023, this is a site map. Okay, so down the bottom where the library is, that's tends to be where we hold the kind of more family focused activities, and also anything to do with gaming. So RPGs, we have pinball machines, we have tabletop gaming, that kind of stuff. Over in the art gallery is where we hold the cosplay competitions. Up the top left, the town hall is where we hold the exhibitor trade hall, so the artists and the trade merchandisers and stuff like that, which is the most popular location every Comic Con. And then in the middle, you can see that greensward there, just next to the art gallery. That's the arts precinct. We hold many of our bigger activities there. And it's a really vibrant, colorful, moving part of the event. And it also connects the library and the art gallery and the town hall. So in 2023, unfortunately, the big building on the right there, that's the IPAC Theatre, it was having some major reconstruction done. So they cut off the arts precinct completely. People were begging us to move Comic Con so that we could still hold the normal event. But unfortunately, for planning reasons, we didn't have the opportunity to do that. So we decided to hold 3 separate events. And I'll get to those in a minute. So planning Comic Con is huge. This is a screenshot of our project management plan. You can see all of the tabs down the bottom and they keep going. So each one of those tabs is an area of responsibility and holds all the tasks. This is a living document. So obviously, if things change or as you want to add stuff, remove stuff, all of that information goes on that document. We also have things like an event day database. Again, it's just a massive spreadsheet with heaps of tabs, but it covers everything from the roster, from contact lists, run sheets, equipment lists. If you're doing an event, I cannot champion equipment lists enough. We're talking, you know, blue tack, you know, scissors, duct tape, PA systems, anything and everything you might need at a specific location, especially if you're working across multiple locations, it should be on a list and you should have that list and you should tick it off. I promise. So Comic Con has always had a particular marketing aesthetic from the very beginning. Our posters are drawn by Marcelo Baez, who is a local author. He's drawn for Marvel. He does cover art for Ando. He's really, really well known in that world. And as you can see, it's like really super awesome. I'm not sure when he decided to do it. I think it was around 2014, 2015. But the 2 characters that you see, Astro and Astrid, Astro is the monkey and Astrid is the astronaut. They actually make a comic. So apart from the pandemic arc there and the third across on the bottom, they're actually, that's telling a story about Astro and Astrid, which is really super cool. And we use this aesthetic every year in our marketing. So even when I'm marketing or like communications with exhibitors and things like that, I use that aesthetic as well. And we'll always get the color scheme from Marcelo before we've got the final print of the poster so that we can use that color scheme in our marketing. So this is what we did for 2010. Oh, sorry, that's really. That's for the well, sorry. But we'd never done a video before, and so that was aimed at young adults. They had a cosplay catch-up at the youth centre. The middle one was a family fun day. So when we went, oh no, we can't hold Comic Con in 2023. Oh, wait a minute, it's 10 years since we held the first one. So we actually went back to Corrimal District Library and Community Centre and did a family fun day. So it was kind of very stripped back, a lot like really harking back to the original event that we held at Corrimal. And then we also held a cosplay ball, which I was super excited about because we'd been talking about it for years, but we just didn't have the chance to plan it. And we even got featured, or not featured, we were on Better Date Than Never, yeah, recently, because you know, a couple had their date at the cosplay ball, so that was really fun. One of the ways in which Comic Con allows us to market and do some self-directed readers advisory is through our reading lists that we put up on, that we create and that we put up on our OPAC homepage and on our app. In the lead up to Comic Con, both of these will just be filled with graphic novel lists. So various themes, you know, from each of the collections, that sort of thing. And they're actually really fun to put together, and I often contribute to that. So I'm finishing with just a few slides of different photos from Comic Cons that we have that kind of shows you know, the different, all of the different people that come to Comic Gong and how much fun everyone has. This couple down here, the bottom right, the Janets, I don't know if anybody knows The Good Place. They're an amazing couple. They volunteer for Comic Gong every year and they always have the best outfits. Or the best cosplay. But this one was my favorite and I used to use it in some of my exhibitor communication. That top right, Spider-Man giving the high five to the little kid. That's one of the great things about Comic Gong is that people interact with strangers all day. Like one year we had a guy dressed up as Freddy and a guy dressed up as Jason. And they were total strangers. They didn't know each other, but people kept going up to them and asking if they could take photos together. And by the end of the event, they were actually hanging out together, which was super cute. And one year I was dressed up as Ripley from Aliens. And this kid came in and he was like just in a white shirt and jeans, but he had the alien popping out of his chest. So, you know, it really it encourages this really sort of natural and authentic interaction with people that you might not normally interact with. And yeah, finally, my favorite on this page is the bottom left, because we always have face painting. It's always super popular. But people always think face painting is just for kids. And I'm one of those adults that you'll see in the line for the face painting, not at Comic Gong because I'm usually too busy. But I didn't even know this photo existed until I was looking for images for this presentation. So I was super excited when I found it because face painting's not just for kids, people. Why is, and that, sorry, second from the right at the top, the guy on the left, that's Marcelo. If anybody's not aware of him, that's Marcelo Baez. And he's been such a great help. He interacts with our marketing people, you know, consistently throughout the year as we're planning Comic Gong. But I think the success of Comic Gong is that we've managed to create an inclusive space for a really wide-ranging bunch of people. And it's kind of easy to do that with something like pop culture and comics and graphic novels because that also takes in cosplay and manga and a lot of different avenues. And there's a lot of ways in for people. People like connect with those things in so many different ways. So it's kind of easy to reach a whole bunch of people. But what I think, you know, separates us from events or festivals like Supernova or AusComicCon is our position as a library and our perspective as librarians. So we're here to serve our community and to promote lifelong learning and literacy. And that allowed us at Wollongong to harness something that is cherished and of which the community feels ownership and investment. It's their event as much as it is ours. And, you know, yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Jasmine. We were going to go for a little discussion question period, but I think that was so lovely and wonderful that I think I might just shuffle it a little bit and ask if anyone has any questions to ask Roseanne first while we're here. Yes. And if there are folks online that like to type a question too, there is. Excellent.
I have sorry questions.
Yeah, sorry, I skipped over some stuff.
I just thank you so much. This is so cool. I haven't really.
You're welcome.
I'm kind of kicking this, but I wonder how do we budget for this?
Oh, it does seem enormous, and we don't get any extra money to do Comic Gong. This comes completely out of the adult programming budget. We basically do it for like between 40 and 50,000. And so a lot of the activities are kind of in-kind free. Like people are keen to come and do stuff at Comic Gong, so they count their exposure there as their payment. Obviously, we do have to pay some people, and the only revenue we get is from the exhibitor tables. So we do charge the exhibitors for the tables at the trade hall. But as I said, it's the most popular location every year, so they tend to make back their money. But yeah, we've been trying to get more funding for pretty much as long as Comic Gong's been a thing. But unfortunately, different avenues like Destination Wollongong, they wouldn't sponsor us or give us any money unless we made it a full weekend festival. And obviously we're a public library, so we can't afford the staffing or the planning for that. So, you know, lots of different things like that meant that we can't get any extra funding for it.
So do they make you charge?
Oh no, it's completely free. Yeah. Well, yeah. Again, I mean, obviously, apart from the exhibitors, but that's kind of a given within that festival circuit, that they expect to pay for tables and stuff. But yeah, for the community, it's totally free.
Thank you.
No worries.
Okay. We'll take the next couple just from the chat from online, so folks can see that on the screen. We'll go with Aaron.
What criteria do we have for separating adult graphic novels from YA? Is it more about target audience as well as explicit content? Absolutely. So, you know, the anthology about menopause that I showed before, that's in the adult graphic novel collection, because what kids, not that kids wouldn't necessarily want to read about menopause, I don't know, it's probably a good thing if they do, but the target audience for that is going to be probably women on their way or women experiencing menopause. So yeah, it's definitely about target audience, but explicit content definitely goes into into the adult graphic novel collection. And I mean, I'm sure those of you who are in collections and stuff like that had a lot of fun last year when they decided to category 2 restrict the boys graphic novels, and what we're going to do with the couple in that series that cannot be displayed. So I hope that answers your question. And does Alia that's not us. Oh, does Alia Graphic have resources to help respond to complaints or censorship of the graphic novel collections?
Yes, if you just send us an email. So Yogi and James, who are 2 members, they worked really closely with Alia on everything last year. Have a whole host of information and like just stuff that they can send you.
Yeah, cool. So if anybody, for those of you online, Gabby was saying that yes, they do have the resources. Yogi and James are happy to help, and they've got heaps of resources, so you can contact them.
There is one more. We'll do that, and then we'll move to our 5-minute talks. Thank you. Thanks, yes, that's right.
Hi, I'm also really apologize for being this event and picking it up after this. What's the biggest factor that you have to keep up, starting getting it off the ground?
We didn't have any, to be honest. Money, I guess, would probably be the biggest barrier. When we first started, it was actually our library manager at the time had been to Italy, and I can't remember the name of the festival now, but there's a massive comics festival in Italy, and she came back from that being like, oh, is there anything? And obviously kind of Supernova was around at that point, and Marvel and DC were kind of just starting to take off a bit more into mainstream. And yeah, and we had there was an influx of younger library staff at the time as well who had an interest in that sort of thing. And so yeah, it just kind of started. So because I think it was like essentially the kernel of the idea was from the library manager, we really didn't have any barriers at all. Cool, thank you.
Everyone join me in thanking them again. Okay, we're moving now. We're in the sprint now to lunch. We have half an hour, folks, so have a little wiggle. We're moving to our 5-minute talks. The first 2 that we'll be having will be online presenters. So we've got Sarah and Abby from Tamworth, and they're talking about the rewarding readers training. So hopefully folks are there. Are there? I can see them. I'll let you unmute and share your screen and head for it.
Can you hear us okay?
One moment, just try that again.
What about now?
Can
And
you
again?
hear us okay?
Yes.
Okay. We don't have a presentation. We're having a lot of technical issues, so we'll see how we go.
Yeah. Alrighty, so first off, good morning all. We would like to first acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that we're presenting on today, the Kamilaroi people, and pay our respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here with us today. So yes, Sarah and I attended the rewarding reading train the on trainer program last year, held by Sherry and Ian, who I'm sure a few of you have probably met along your journeys. And we're both sort of in our early stages of a library career. Myself being, this is my first actual library position as at the Central Northern Regional Library here as the Home Library Outreach Assistant.
And I'm a little further along, having started out with Big Sky Libraries, and I'm now at Central Northern Regional Library as the Katingal Library Officer. So we both took away something a little different from our training.
Yeah, myself, I came from a retail background only, and I definitely felt much better prepared after that workshop because there was a lot of brainstorming and role-playing activities, and it made me sort of actually consider what Reader's Advisory, like the impact that it has on the good library experience that we can give to clients when they come in through the door. And it highlighted where I was making some sort of easy to make errors. I definitely found out I have a habit of leading a conversation and instead of relying on that sort of active listening and asking those open-ended questions, I definitely sort of held my borrower's hands, and I need to take a step back from doing that. So that's when I definitely found the role play activities in the workshop helped me to I was given the environment where I could take my break and be like, oh, okay, I'm not familiar with that question. How should I approach it? And it sort of gave me a bit of a background script that I can default to. So it definitely gave me confidence. And yeah, so it definitely gave me a lot of tools I found because I hadn't heard of so many different things that are out there, things like novelist or fantastic fiction, which everyone sort of nodded along with. And I was there, oh, what's that again? So I definitely have those tools now that I've relied on them pretty much every single day.
For me, I found the training to be quite a good refresher. It really helped to reframe what I'd learnt at uni about the reference interview into more practical skills for Reader's Advisory. Because Reader's Advisory, it's less formal, you're in amongst your shelves, and often you or the borrower don't have much time up your sleeves. I found the sessions on Reader's Advisory conversations and appeal characteristics probably the most helpful for me. Ian and Sherry highlighted simple phrases and words to use in conversations, like saying suggest instead of recommend, to avoid creating a sense of obligation for the borrower to take what we offer, which is something that I hadn't considered about before. And I know now what to listen for and what questions to ask when a borrower discusses a book, that I can now understand what is appealing to them, and then that then helps me to find books with similar pacing, framing, characterization, and writing style. Outside of the workshop itself, hearing what other libraries were doing was also helpful in generating new ideas that we could borrow from them. During the workshop, we developed a 6 to 12 month plan for rolling out the on-training component to improve Reader's Advisory across CNRL. And just last week, we had the opportunity to complete that on-training at the CNRL Regional Training Day with 2 other colleagues from Narrabri Shire who also attended the workshop in Sydney. And for context, CNRL covers 6 local government areas with 15 branches. So we aim to have at least 1 representative from each area or branch attend our training days. And last week we had 17 participants. So a month prior to the training day, we sent out a survey to gauge confidence levels in Reader's Advisory amongst our staff who were attending. And the results then helped us choose what activities we'd be doing as part of that on-training component.
Yeah, so when we were sort of thinking what things were we going to do to try and condense, 2 days into 2 hours with a bunch of different people at different stages in their careers, and we tried to sort of have a good balance of theory and the practice. So I did a lot of like the activity side of things and tried to focus a lot on why do we do RA and how will that good RA benefit our library? What are and how to sort of very quickly identify those appeal characteristics like what Sarah was talking about. role-playing different various types of questions that could walk through our library doors at any time. And having a refresher on the tools that we have available, like on our Spidus, we've got our web pages with things that we can sort of go very quickly to, and that we can instruct borrowers on how they can use it at home. And sort of going over the types of passive RA that can be done, considering like we've got branches that only have one person, or maybe there's a lot of activities going on and the librarian doesn't have much time to sort of go into those tools with them.
So in the coming months, we're going to evaluate our training by sending out that survey again and looking at other statistics that we're normally collecting, like number of RA interactions, our quarterly ECR sheets, and number of reservations versus interlibrary loans. Feedback from the training has been really positive. We're now looking at running a casual staff training day and incorporating our tips into meetings. So if you or your colleagues are given the opportunity to attend the rewarding reading workshop, we say do it, because as author Neil Gaiman once said, Google can bring you back 100,000 answers. A librarian can bring you back the right one.
Thank you very much. That's wonderful. Thank you very much, folks. Our next 5-minute talk will be Ryan McLean from City Sydney talking about online book clubs. Ryan, if you'd like to unmute and take it away.
Thanks. How's my sound?
Yep, great. Perfect.
Thanks. I'd want to give an acknowledgement of country. The City of Sydney libraries operate on Gadigal land, and I'd like to pay respects to elders, both past and present, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are present. I'm Ryan, and I work for the City of Sydney Library, and my first library was Manukau City Library in Papakura, South Auckland, but I'm at Ultimo Library today. So thanks for the opportunity to talk about the book club that we host. The City of Sydney planned an online book club as part of a work from home readers advisory project, a group that we had. And the idea was to offer readers an alternative when physical book clubs shut down during the pandemic. And I guess our aim was to connect readers who'd previously attended physical book clubs, but while deepening our understanding of readers advisory at the library, but also offer readers who'd perhaps not participated in book clubs in the past the chance to connect with others and share their reading online in an online format. So I guess limited access to books allowed us the opportunity to promote our digital collections, and while we watched the visitation in the libraries creep back, we could see in our statistics collected between 2019 and 2021 that digital loans increased from 20% to about 40% of all total loans. So this book club grew from, I guess, discussions on best practice and genre for readers advisory. We wanted to use themes and appeal characteristics in the readers advisory sort of form to better the art of conversation with patrons and help direct them to new books. And we're interested in talking about the subtleties of setting and mood and character within genres, how to discuss them, and how to use this information to make suggestions to our patrons. So our working group continued into the return to service, as did the online book club. And we'd helped patrons run their own book clubs in the past, but this was the first online book club we'd run, and it was agreed it was a worthwhile program to foster. And the online format was something we wanted to retain even though we were back in the library and going forward. So from our research, extended this idea to have a themed book club, differing from traditional focus on a single book. And so we sort of aim to deep dive into our readers advisory training and offer book club members the chance to explore literary genres that they were new to, and some of our early themes were developed to reflect this training and to provide readers with some solace during, I guess, a stressful time. We had themes, for example, such as comfort reads or romance, which was very popular, or themes suggested by our patrons, one of whom was a chef, so they suggested gastronomy, which was an interesting theme to explore. We dedicated ourselves to educating other staff on genres in fiction, appeal in different books, and different resources and websites, such as the ones previously discussed for Readers Advisory. And part of this work was creating suggested reading lists within the themes that included authors from diverse backgrounds, including fiction and non-fiction, and diverse formats such as audiobooks and graphic novels. And those lists would go onto our online catalogue. So I'd do a bit of research and contribute a little bit to the conversation and set up, read my own book, obviously, and we would do some housekeeping each session. The book club was presented on Zoom monthly, and our book clubs were always free. So we used the ticketing system to regulate the number of attendees, and meaning it was a free event, meaning we never really got 100% attendance. We capped it at 20 people, and I'd say for an hour-long session, 10 people is probably the maximum that you'd want if you want to get round to everybody and have the opportunity to hear everybody's discussion. You probably wouldn't want any more than that. We had some of our attendees move interstate after lockdown and continued to attend, and some of our attendees were from overseas, and they were members of other libraries. And I sort of found that small groups would connect and maybe stay for 4 or 5 sessions, and then months later we might find we had a whole new group of attendees. But I'd say in the first 12 months was when we had the longest continuous attendance by the same small group of people. So I guess in closing, I'd say one of the main challenges for me personally was the nerves. I went from co-hosting to hosting the sessions, and I found my anxiety levels remained high for about an hour or 2 after the program was over at first, but over time I became a little bit more comfortable presenting and listened to a lot of podcasts and YouTube channels to get ideas on how to chat. And I think this might have something to do with getting positive feedback and having both successful and unsuccessful sessions, and realizing that there was no harm to come of that. And so I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share my experiences hosting this program. And if you have any questions, just reach out. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ryan, for that. Yay. Right. Next, we'll call up Kiama Libraries. We have Lauren Watkins talking about RA genre book bundles, and Carla James talking about Bridgerton IT. So let's just get the share screen back. Was you first, right? Yep. Yeah. We're just, for those folks online, we're all whispering up front here, trying to get a different way to share, so you don't have to worry about all the screens.
It's the full screen. It's the command there.
Yeah.
Might be seeing it because of the screen size. I'm just wondering if that's. No, we don't want to do that one. Which one did we just do? think something like that.
Dang. We did check all this, I promise.
I'm just wondering if we, that's the Zoom one. We need it. We need a PowerPoint. It's in PowerPoint. We need to do it.
Might have to do this pretty large then.
Yeah. Okay,
We'll keep moving. Yeah. There. Who's speaker? It will say
Hi everyone. My name is Lauren. I work, I'm the branch supervisor at Gerringong Library, which is just a little branch offshoot of Kiama Library. And last year we did some genre book bundles. We hadn't done anything in the Reader's Advisory sort of space within the library itself for a little while. So I wanted to do something, have some kind of nice display, have something to engage our readers. So, okay, good. Yes, so we wanted to encourage people, as we've heard so much today, Reader's Advisory is really about getting people to maybe take a risk on something, I don't know, that they haven't experienced before. So everyone is very comfortable in their own reading space, but I wanted to do something that where they would still be in that space that they were comfortable with, but then sort of encouraged to read outside that as well. So we made some nice displays. We decided to have these genre book bundles across formats, which I think was a different thing that we decided to do before. So a lot of the time in our genre bundles, we've done just, you know, you pick historical or you pick fantasy and it's all just fiction books. But we did this one across DVDs and CDs and nonfiction. And so we kept within that genre, but across the formats that we had on display in the library. So we were able to promote the collection in a new way. And we sort of hoped that the ones that we created, there would be a turnover of course. We made some sort of nice, appealing signage that was simple for people to understand. So we had directional signage like the one on the left. We had some display signage with some little genre bubbles that we had up on our display walls. And then we had some tags that we included on the bundles themselves. So this is what they looked like. So you can see on the spine labels, we've got a DVD, which is a non-fiction DVD, I think, a non-fiction book and a fiction book sort of all included within the same bundle. So, I mean, I'm not a big non-fiction reader. And I think that the people that came into the library and utilized these bundles were pleasantly surprised that they were, you know, within their comfort genre, but also able to maybe experience a type of book that they wouldn't usually. We included youth as well in those bundles. And I think that especially at Gerringong Library, more so than Kiama Library, our youth collection is not high borrowing. So it was a good opportunity for us to force people to borrow some of those books that maybe hadn't been borrowed for a while. And we also made for each of these bundles like a Reader's Advisory bookmark. So we had 8 genres. Yes. So we included these in each. So they were popular books of the last year or two. And we just offered them alternate author options if they enjoyed those specific ones. So we included them obviously within the genre that they fell into and poked that into the book as well. So we felt we had a positive response from the display and the bundles. Many people commented on the concept and liked the idea of it. And yes, by including the books for youth fiction and non-fiction, we could include titles that maybe hadn't been borrowed for a little while or people wouldn't come upon otherwise. And yeah, people were happy to borrow them. They really liked it. And some people sort of returned a batch and reborrowed another one that was on display. So at Kiama Library, they mainly just included the fiction in the bundles, but I really liked being able to use the non-fiction and the DVDs and the youth fiction as well in that. It was good. And that's everything. Yeah. I can introduce myself. Great, thank you. Hello, everyone. I am here. I'm Carla. I'm the Outreach Library Officer at Kiama Library. I work with the lovely Lauren. And I'm here to talk to you about Bridgerton. Any opportunity to talk about Bridgerton, essentially. But also how we use Bridgerton as a little bit of an RA tool and a little bit of cross-programming at our library. So we put on a Bridgerton high tea at our library, and it was sort of a high tea. It was also a mystery tabletop gaming event as well. Any excuse for a mystery tabletop gaming event. And our RA objectives with this were essentially to engage very specifically with that type of genre, so the romance genre, the Regency genre. We wanted to support the genre, obviously, but we also wanted to capitalize on the massive following that Bridgerton has, the massive popularity that the show has at the moment. I think that just like Comic-Con, for instance, capitalizing on pop culture is a fantastic way to program and a fantastic way to push our collections as well. And we really wanted to use the library in a different way. So creating the space itself was exciting. We are always very excited to create immersive experiences in our library. We do a lot of other events, our Diagon Alley event and our escape rooms as well. And we try as much as possible to make those experiences as immersive as possible, because I don't know about you, but any opportunity I get to do that, and dressing up at home and looking wistfully out a window is not the same. So, which I do. So we had a wonderful opportunity to create the space as beautifully as possible. And I know if anybody has actually watched Bridgerton, there's a very specific aesthetic to the show. And we really wanted to incorporate as much of that as possible to really give our patrons and the people that came along to the event as much of that experience as possible. So we had 60 places and they sold out like that. Like we could have run it 3 times over, I think. So definitely if you're looking at doing that type of event, Bridgerton at the moment, very, very popular. So we created tables. We begged, stole or borrowed little tea sets, like actual crockery, and made it as beautiful as possible. And also little touches like comment cards, feather quills for them to write the comment cards, like as many ways as we could to create that kind of environment, for sure. The catering, we got it catered by and I always forget the name of it, the Children's Medical Research Institute catered it. Yes, definitely hard recommend. Their catering was absolutely beautiful. They went over and above. We definitely got our money's worth, I believe. Everybody commented on not only how much there was, but also everybody was very impressed about where the money was going. So we charged $60, I believe it was, per table. Is that right? 80, sorry. That's awesome. So $80 per table, and there were 6 people at a table. So the value for money was fantastic for a high tea with, you know, actual crockery and the amount and quality of food that they got. I think we honestly could have charged more. So a little bit of a tip there. It was absolutely beautiful. So what we actually did for the game was we bought this game, A Scandal in Bodgerton, because we don't really, you know, we're librarians, we're aware of copyright. We don't want to tread on anybody's toes, Shonda and the author. So we bought this game, Scandal in Bodgerton, basically any opportunity to create whimsy
and this did it in spades. So we adapted the game. The game was for 20 people, up to 20 people. We obviously adapted the game so that we could have a game at each table, at each of our 12, 11 tables, I think we had in the end. And it was fantastic. I think some people coming into the space, when they heard that there would be a mystery tabletop game, were like, it's not for me. But by the end of the day, everyone was on board. Every single person was on board. It was fantastic. It was really interactive. And it was just, again, another way for people who perhaps hadn't used the library space in that way to engage. We also created a photo booth so people could sit down and use a fan, and we had a backdrop, a beautiful backdrop that was very reminiscent of you know, those kind of beautiful parklands in Bridgerton. We had games, so ideally the event would have taken place outside under a beautiful tree and a beautiful English countryside. However, we didn't have many of those things. Plus, we also have weather. So Gerringong has all of the weather. So we decided to do it inside, but actually it worked really well. So apart from croquet, which we couldn't do, sadly, we did have a lot of games. So in between sessions of rounds of the game, we allowed people to get up, get drinks, we made mocktails with the names of the very Bridgerton-esque names, like Diamond of the First Water and what was the other one? Lady Whistledown Spilled Tea, right? Delicious. And so people could roam about the space as well, which means that they were actually up looking at the books, looking at the space, using the space in a different way as well. So yeah, we didn't get very many photos because we were busy, madly living our Regency era fantasy, I suppose. But you can see some of the tables there and how we dressed them. In the middle there, you can see all the different, I think we had 4 different mocktails and signage. And one of our wonderful librarians made, you know, thousands of book page roses, which was absolutely beautiful. And it was a really nice sort of literary touch to the aesthetic as well. So in terms of RA, we actually used the books as prizes on the day. So we had a costume competition. We did ask that people dress in Regency era dress. Not many people did. I, of course, did. Lots of people, however, all people did wear a spring formal. So it was a really wonderful experience for people, particularly in small country towns who perhaps don't get the opportunity to get lovely, like dressed up in lovely clothes, including quite a few men came in their cravats and their suits and had a wonderful time. So we gave away the books as prizes as well, but we also purchased the sets for both libraries, and we have definitely noticed an uptick in people engaging in those titles, but also engaging in sort of the wider romance genre as well. We also found that people were in the space that had absolutely not been in the space before. So in terms of outreach, it was a fantastic success as well. And what I think Bridgerton has done, in addition to all of this, is start a conversation about diversifying romance. So of course, the original books, they're very white. But a lot of our romance genres are white. So if you look at your romance collection and have a look at all of the covers of all of the romances, it's just a sea of white. So I think it's a fantastic time. It's always been a fantastic time, but the second best time is right now to have a look at our romance collections and really see where we can diversify those as well, because I think they get a little bit lost in terms of looking at diversity in our collections, particularly romance. I think romance tends to get a little bit pushed aside anyway, even though it's always one of our biggest genres that people borrow. So thanks everyone. If anybody has any questions about that, please let me know. I'm always happy to talk about Bridgerton. And thanks.
Very much, Carla. And now for the last 5-minute talk, Samira from Bayside Library will be here. And then after that.
Good. How does one follow anything Bridgerton related? Thank you very much for that. I will try. My name is Samira and I'm the Children's and Youth Librarian with Bayside Library. Your tummies will thank me, I'm a very fast talker. My talk today is called Adults Who Read YA and Why It Would Be Remiss to Dismiss. So it's no secret that publishers today are struggling to get books into the hands of young people who sadly are doing more swiping than page turning, Exhibit A. You certainly don't need me to tell you that the young adult collection in our libraries is not shifting from shelves the way it used to. As not only a children's and youth librarian, but also as an author of a YA novel, I want to emphatically express that this does not mean it's all doom and gloom for this category, because as one solution, there is a crossover audience we should be considering. Now, I'm an adult who is still an avid reader of young adult fiction, and sure, I have an invested interest, but it would appear I'm not alone. Many adults confess to reading in the YA genre, some obsessively. According to a 2022 Reader's Digest UK article titled How to Define Young Adult Fiction When It's Read as Adults, very long headline, a scroll through TikTok's hashtag YA books, a hashtag that stands at 1.8 billion views, shows that many of those leading conversations on young adult literature are clearly in their 20s and 30s. Due to these swaths of adult readers, did I say that right? Swathes. The definition of young adult has never been more unclear. It's for this reason that I keep young people and adults in mind when curating my YA displays in the library, with particular focus on including upper YA. So that is stories chronicling that sweet spot post-adolescence, but before true adulthood. So think uni, share houses, and internships. Now, these novels are longer in format, more complex in language and content, and adult readers are here for it. I mean, after all, if fully grown adults are making friendship bracelets and going to Taylor Swift's concert. Your question might be, why would adults want to read YA? There are some simple rationales. So firstly, it's a good choice for busy adult readers. According to Bianca Breen, the communications director at Love Oz YA tends to have a simplistic and fast-paced writing style due to its intended audience of teenagers. But this style of writing can make the novels more accessible and easier to read. Secondly, there are more diverse perspectives and characters presented in YA than in adult fiction. As Bianca says, reading helps to build empathy in young people and sheds light on many topics, including experiences they may not know much about themselves, like belonging to a minority community or having a disability. Thirdly, simply Bianca says, reading YA can remind adults of their own teenage years, providing nostalgia and comfort. But to intellectualize it just a little more, Caitlin Toohey, co-host of the Better Words podcast, which frequently discusses young adult fiction in amongst adult fiction, says, more generally, being a teenager of any age is something we've all done and had big feelings about. Upper YA especially is all about becoming an adult and figuring out the real world. Who says we suddenly know all the answers at 21 or 25 or 30 or ever? I think that's why adults still like to read YA. We're still figuring things out all the time. Bianca adds, YA transcends age and speaks more to experience and story. With the focus being mostly on growing up, the experiences faced by the characters stay universal and true to society, which is YA can appeal to adults. Another theory to be begged, is YA extra appealing to adults due to the current climate? Yes, says Caitlin. Multiple things in 2023 started a cultural moment of girlhood. The Barbie movie, Taylor Swift Eras Tour, all of these plus other pop culture moments prompted discussions and memes about girlhood, many referring to being just a 20-something teenage girl. We're reclaiming and enjoying fun things that we used to, like Barbie, making friendship bracelets, and YA. There's also a link for adults aged around 25 to 35 and the romantasy trend, seen with the success of the Hunger Games prequel movie and books like Fourth Wing and Divine Rivals. It's like we're reliving our Twilight days. So we've covered the why, let's talk the how. On the screen now are some wonderful examples of Australian upper YA books and authors to promote in your library. Nina Kenwood, A Necessary Drama. It sounds like I'm reading Oscars nominees. A rom-com set in a student share house. Holden Shepherd, The Brink. School Leavers, exploring masculinity, sexuality, mental health, drug and alcohol use, relationships and sex. And as a side note, Holden's first book, Invisible Boys, is being adapted into a Stan original series. So that's great news for the category. Sarah Ayoub, The Cultural Romance. A main character whose best friend is getting hitched in the motherland, Lebanon. Lyndall Clipston, Blake's Edge, a mature gothic fantasy series, Social Q K-Kerr, A New Phase of Life, and an internship for an autistic school leaver. To conclude, this doesn't mean we have given up on the youth. Personally, I'm still advocating for young people to read all the wonderful books being written about them and for them. So whoever you are promoting a YA collection to, I wanted to finish by sharing a great resource. If you don't already know about it, Love Oz YA is an Australia-wide group which champions young adult literature by and for Australians. It's a resource that I regularly refer to for RA inspiration. They have a website with book lists that may help you curate your displays and an active hashtag on Instagram to see what authors in this category are doing. I hope you found some inspiration today. Thank you, and long live YA.
Thank you so much, Samira. All right, I won't be saying anything more than it is lunchtime. We will be back and starting at 1 o'clock sharp. Take your time getting up the stairs, and the food will be as soon as you open the doors up the top there. Thank you very much, folks.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch. And for everybody at home, I hope your husband or wife made you something special, or you ate your 2-minute noodles, which is very nice too. My name is Ita, and I'm from Tamworth Library, and I'll be your MC for this afternoon. Thank you to Yasmin, who did this morning. Wonderful job. And I have one announcement that came in at 12. We had Samira, who just did the last talk before lunch, and during her talk, CBCA Book Week shortlist was announced, and her book, The Sideways Orbit of Evie Hart, was shortlisted. So congratulations. How wonderful. What wonderful speakers we've had this morning. So I hope we can bring it again for you this afternoon. And we're going to start with Tracy. She's coming from Blacktown Libraries, and she's online. Are you there, Tracy? Oh, someone's knocking on the door there. Maybe Tracy came in person.
Okay, I'm here now.
Oh, yeah, cool. So Tracy, I'm gonna put your slides up and just let me know when I have to go to the next slide.
No worries, thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm Tracy Caldwell. I'm a library technician at Blacktown City Libraries. And I'm going to be talking about some of our drug info pop-up promotions that we've had here at the Max Weber Library, our main branch, in recent years and at different times of the year. So the drug info collection is a state library and New South Wales health initiative, and New South Wales public libraries are very well supported by the state library and New South Wales Health, and all the materials are used for promotions, or the majority I can get through the state library, public libraries website. So there's free logos and licensed images, suggestions for social media posts. Promotional items are available for free, including incentives such as pens, literary mocktail recipe cards, etc. Yeah, as I said, all the resources are free, and you can order them on the online form. And the drug info pamphlets, which we display in the library and promote during events, are available from the Your Room website. They're all free, and there's something for everyone. For example, there's a booklet on caffeine. So even if people aren't into drugs and drink, they can be helped with information about anything that affects the body. So we usually order either the Drug Hub or more recently the Drug Info pop-up, and it comes with an activity booklet which has a lot of great suggestions, so we use that a lot as well. So our drug info service, as well as the other special collection we have, which is the Fine Legal Answers service, is permanently promoted. So we use this image, for example, on our library TV screens at all branches, and that's all year round. Our events are promoted. We use obviously the logo imaging on our event promotions, and they're promoted on posters and brochures in the library, TV screens, website obviously, and social media posts, and newsletters to our customers and local schools. We make sure that these events are pop-up style events, so they're not bookable events, and we make sure that they are manageable by one team member. So in our community learning team, for example, I might have 3 or 4 other people who can step in and do the same event if something happened and I wasn't able to make it on that day. So look, one of the questions Aaron gave me was, do we promote other parts of the library collection alongside drug info? Not usually. The exception is with Youth Week, and I'll show you a Youth Week promotion shortly. In Youth Week, we promote both drug info and Find Legal Answers, and we select images and brochures that are relevant to whatever the theme is for that year. One other thing I'll say before I start on some of the pictures, it's important to read your brochures. So if you've got a small selection of brochures that are relevant to whatever you're concentrating on, make sure you know what's inside them, so that if someone asks you some questions, you'll be able to answer them. Okay, so the second picture is one of our, it's got the purple books from every country. That was one of the places. So I just need the next picture. Yeah. So this is one of our bigger promotions we ended up doing in 2020. We originally had the mini drug hub booked for March, April for Youth Week type events, but we had to cancel that because of COVID-19. We decided to go ahead with an October, November drug hub, which is that yellow stand there. It's got an interactive screen with activities on it. We went ahead with that and did COVID safe activities. So we couldn't do mocktail making, and we couldn't do beer goggle activities as such, because of, you know, they go on people's faces and we had to wipe them clean too often. So we did the pouring challenge, and you can see me gloved there doing that. And I'll just point one other thing out, which I don't do for every promotion, but sometimes I do. I got contacted the Australian Drug Foundation in this instance, because at the time, that Break the Habit television campaign was happening with a pink monster encouraging the lady to drink. So I thought that would be a recognisable thing that people had seen. And because of increased alcohol consumption in the home, obviously. So they sent us 2 images, which we were able to print. And I'll just point out the fake glass there, the one off there that you can see. They're made from fiberglass, and they're part of what you can borrow from the State Library if you borrow the drug hub or the drug pop-up. But we actually purchased a set for each of our library branches so that they're able to do their own promotions if they wish. Okay, so that was in 2020. We'll just go to the next slide. This was a combined promotion in November because of staffing. We had to put our September Health Month, which is usually a month-long event, and our December literary mocktail making, we joined it together. So it was a big event because we hadn't had too many events. So we thought, well, we'll go out with a bang. So the picture here is just colourful pills. And if you see the next picture of the actual event on the next image, just on the next slide.
Sorry, I was mesmerised by you.
Right. You'll see that I got balloons. A colleague of mine, fortunately, was able to supply some balloons, and they sort of correlated a little bit with the promotion. And I used looped streamers and paper lanterns using show bags that you can get from State Library New South Wales. So the lanterns sort of went with Christmas as well as Diwali. So, it was quite good. The unexpected benefit falling between Diwali and Christmas. So the mocktails were very well received, and I was very, very busy that session. 474 mocktails were made, averaging 39 mocktails a session. So that was a pretty big promotion, that one. Still manned by one person, so it was pretty good, 1 hour sessions. Okay, so the next promotion is an example of a promotion for Youth Week. So this was last year's Youth Week one. We actually, this is a promotion where I mentioned earlier that I combined Find Legal Answers and drug info, and I select information or brochures that go with whatever the Youth Week theme might be, or I attempt to anyway. Over Youth Week, we did 3 sessions. In the big, we have like a breakout area on our first floor in the reference area, and that's where most of our students study. So the New South Wales Youth Week website provide media kits. So we use those to create posters and some stickers for show bags. And the State Library Youth Social Media campaign, they had sample posts and images we could use in the promotion. So if we go to slide 6, I've got quite a few pictures of this one. The posters that Drug Info provide have a QR code with links to Drug Info website, and then there's also one for Find Legal Answers. So we put them on the study cubicles in the area in the lead up. The other side of that picture is just a small table permanently left on display in between the events, and had all the freebies that we got from State Library, which are little pens, and we had some leftover wristbands and things like that. And of course, the mocktail recipe cards. So some more of this event. This is actually a picture of a pouring challenge. You can see down the bottom of the trolley there is some of the show bags I made. So this young man was very clever. He poured a perfect standard drink while wearing the fatal vision goggles, which is included in the kit if you order the Drug Info kits. Yeah, so the fatal vision goggles replicate your blood alcohol content. So they have different levels of difficulty to look through. One of the other activities we did there, they had to either walk the line. You can see the line I've just sticky taped on the breakout area. That stand at the end of the line, one side has drug info information and the other side had Find Legal Answers information. And so the carpet, if they did happen to trip over, it made for a soft fall. Always think safety. On the next picture, I used the fax postcards and I made a large sign out of it, which looked pretty cool. And that's just something, if you can, use what's there, you don't have to necessarily spend very much. The next picture, I'll just show you. This is the sets of fiberglass glasses, and then these were cheap little bits and pieces I bought for about $1 each at the time, using for prizes. I just thought, I wonder if I could use some extra incentive just, for Youth Week. And they turned out really, really popular. And so we actually ended up for the later, I'll show you, ordering some things for the Blacktown, with Blacktown Library and Blacktown Council images on it to use for prizes. So we'll have a look at those later, but I just thought I'd point out you can either use what's supplied for free or you can, customize it. We have a portable white trolley there, and that means that we can just say everyone's had a go at activities upstairs. We might wheel it downstairs and catch some of the students downstairs as well. So just the next picture. So this was an example of our September Health Month. This is last year's September Health Month. That runs obviously for the entire month. We do 3 sessions a week for the whole month for 4 weeks. And it's designed, this one was aimed at youth mental health and how drugs and alcohol affect the growing brain. So I selected, carefully curated my brochures accordingly for the show bags and display. We used that image, that black and blue image. I used some of the State Library's Public Library Services stock images for our promotion. The sessions included those alcohol cup pouring challenges and beer goggle activities and ball throwing challenges. They might put the goggles on and throw a soft yellow indoor ball to each other. So they're pretty popular. We do 2 afternoon sessions after school, and then we'd have one in the morning to coincide with the end of baby rhyme time and story time. So on the next picture, you'll see 1/2 of our double-sided display, which I use for pretty much everything. And on the other side is a $2 tablecloth from Reject Shop with some cutout images, so that when I wheel it down to do my events, it's kind of recognisable for participants with the promotion that's been happening on the TV screens and on social media. Now the next picture. So this is what the display would look like just when it's left on its own. So participants can sort of just still get around it to get to the desk there, but also have a look at some of the brochures I used, as well as the fact finder pop-up that stays there permanently when we haven't got the trolley with the activities. I'll just, on that pole there, you'll see a mobile. I created that using the icons, drug fact finder icons on the State Library, Public Library Services website. And originally we were in a different position. We have a cafe at the side of the library, and I'd made there's also a word cloud you can find on that site. So I'd made a double-sided word cloud, but then I needed to move my display. So that was sort of a last minute thing, but it worked out really well. Just the next picture. So as I talked about earlier, the success of the little incentives I've purchased, those are some of our little branded Blacktown City Library / Council branded things. So we've got slap bands and balls and little pencil case, drink mixer things. And we used blue themes for the show bags. So you can see what we would put in these show bags: youth card and all youth related show bag filling items. Okay, now the next display. This is just a schoolies display, so we don't actually have activities for this. This is just unmanned. So you can have a look. I've actually cheated a bit and reused the mobile. And underneath you can see that TV had it. What that is New South Wales Health Respect Your Brain videos that was running on a continuous loop. So the New South Wales Health social media resources were accessed through the State Library of New South Wales Public Library Services, and you can view and share those through the links. The poster, "We hope you enjoy schoolies," I sort of made that up at the last minute, but I used State Library images, stock images, just on the website, and created that. If you have a look at the next picture, this is the same display, but it's got a little bit, not very good pictures, unfortunately. I'm not a very good photographer, but you can have a look at the blue sign just near the display stand. I contacted Drinkwise with, at the time, that promo was going on TV, "Okay to Say Nay," where a father sort of, saying no to his son. And as in using the pink monster, I liked the messaging and I liked the fact that it was recognisable. So I asked for permission to use that, and that was given. So again, a double-sided display in keeping with the theme of keeping safe during schoolies. All of that material on schoolies at the bottom of the display is available to download from State Library as well. Okay, so that was schoolies last year. The next one. So another time of year we promote the collection is during holidays. So this year we made the Bar Humbug literary mocktail, but we actually decided to combine two different our tech training services and the drug info collection. This is a double-sided brochure, and one side it was promoting the free literary mocktails we were doing. So in this case, we wouldn't do any activities. It's just making the mocktails and talking about the drug info collection while we create the drink. And so it said, drop in and learn how to create delicious literary themed thirst quenching mocktails, perfect for anyone wanting to reduce their alcohol intake. And then the other side, I would just leave it to the tech girls in our team, and they would make our customers a drink and have a half an hour session with them to help them. They would make them a drink and then just talk about any issues they're having with apps or any device. So people liked that casual approach. And there were 6 one-hour sessions of the drinks, and then half an hour happy hour sessions. Okay, now the next picture is actually of the trolley for the Bar Humbug. I just used tinsel. That was pretty straightforward. So the trolley, I made a lot of drinks that day. And again, you can see behind the trolley, I have reused the mobile. So I better get a bit more creative next year. But yeah, why not? Okay, now this is the last images I want to show you. This was the recent one this year, Library Lovers Day. We always do make literary mocktails on Library Lovers Day. And we have two 2-hour sessions, 10:30 to 12:30, and then one that captures the after school crowd, 2:30 to 4:30. And I'll just get you to have a look at the next. Oh, my picture there has some nice books in the background, which I like. Yeah, so this next image, we set up some romantic tables. That's the cafe I was talking about with the glass wall. That's why I'd made the double-sided word cloud. But this time we set up romantic tables, and a lot of people took selfies at those tables and had their drinks there. And with the first picture of my double-sided display, you can see behind there is my eskies. I bring my own eskies, my own tablecloths. The whole team sort of chip in if they have something we can use. And then the final picture is of the same event. Trolleys dressed up with an old piece of red cloth we've used for all sorts of events here. I make swizzle sticks out of drug info stickers and put them on wooden skewers. And that's a great way to keep track of how many drinks you make. I also included in that session some little umbrellas and some paper straws. And yeah, parasols. And we made 180 drinks that day, one person. So it was pretty worthwhile. And that's about it.
Thank you, Tracy. That was so inspiring. Okay, now I get to introduce myself. So I'm from Tamworth, and one person in our Readings Advisory working group saw all our events on social media and said, Ita, can you talk about that? So thanks, Erin, for asking me, but yeah, I will talk about it. So Adult Learners Week, why did we do it? I'll just give you a general overview of all the programs we did, the collaboration, and just the fun we had. So why did we do it? Last year, our library became part of Learning Communities Division at Tamworth Regional Council. So my manager said, let's do Adult Learners Week. Sure, but how are we going to put it together? So she showed us the vision. We're part of Central Northern Regional Libraries. And as you can see, Adult Learners Week would fit perfectly in that. So, but we did it just for Tamworth Council, and Tamworth Council is pretty big if you don't know how big it is. There's a picture of it. And we didn't want to only have people in Tamworth become, a learner. So we went to all our other libraries. For example, we did sauerkraut in Nundle and kombucha making in Katingal. And then we have our libraries at Beraba, Manila. So from Tamworth to Nundle, that's about 50 minutes drive. And from Tamworth to Beraba, probably an hour and 15, with lots of kangaroos on the road. So that makes it a bit, slower. So our manager wanted to reach the biggest amount of people. So the local community as wide as far as we could get it. So we could not put all that together ourselves. So we collaborated. We wanted to work together with council and local businesses, educational institutions, you name it. We reached out and asked them. So within council, we have a sustainability unit, and we've already worked with them before. And they said, yes, we'll do something with you. And in turn, they also asked someone to help them. So they went with a local op shop, Talking Threads, very popular if you ever want to come to Tamworth. It's in Peel Street where the library is as well. And they put in the visible mending workshop. And all these workshops that were hands-on, they were very popular. So we had to put multiple workshops on of the same things. And we also wanted to work with the partners we already had. So we have U3A, the University of Third Age. They already use the library space to have a lot of their social groups. And so we said in the week of Adult Learners Week, would you like to help us? And they said, yes, we'd have like an open week. So all their sessions in the library, people didn't have to be part of U3A. They could just come and join them. So there's one, the cryptic crossword. I have learned so much just by shelving near them, so I could hear what they're talking about. It's really interesting. In the library, we have a knitters group. They come every week, and we said, do you want to be part of it? And they go, sure, everybody's welcome to come. So everybody came, and some people learned how to knit on the day, so pretty good. We worked with Sustainable Living. They did some workshops. And within council, we also talked to the guys from parks, and they said, yes, we'll help. So we did a tour in the Marsupial Park, which is awesome. So come to Tamworth. And we did a talk in the Botanical Gardens, which the parks organized, but then we had the Australian Plant Society do the talk. And then our community college, yay, we help as well. And they did an open week. And they did tasters for people that want to have a look what sort of courses they can do at the community college. So one of them was espresso. So even though this slide was about collaboration, I already talked to you a lot about the programs. So here's some more programs. So we did talks, we did workshops, we did tours, we did tasters. So talks, we started with the keynote speaker, which was Maria Hitchcock. And if you don't know, she was the person that lobbied for the wattle to be Australia's national flower. And she came on National Wattle Day. So that was just awesome. Other talks we had straight author talks, 2 of them. And we had a talk by something else. I'll tell you later. Workshops. So we had, like I said, the kombucha, the sauerkraut. The Housing Industry Association did a workshop as well. And we didn't have these things just in the library. This one was at the town hall. And the tasters were at the community center. And then we had a tour of the Astronomy and Science Center. So like I said, come to Tamworth, we have it all. So lots and lots of programs. Now, how does this relate to Reader's Advisory? Well, all the programs we had in the library, of course, I did displays of not just books, but like Lauren did with DVDs, non-fiction, fiction, junior, youth, whatever. So I'll give you 2 examples of what we did. So a local beekeeper, Caitlin Wall, came and did a talk. She was awesome. She brought in one of her bee boxes. She had some honey. It was really hands-on. So the participants could come around, have a look in the bee. We got to taste it. It's not that nice because you have hard bits in it. But I put a display up with our physical collection, but also gave him the brochures for the online resources. So some of these are online resources or DVDs or whatever. And so that's passive readers advisory basically, but the participants would also ask us things. So for example, when it was this one, someone said, oh, that beeswax that you brought, I want to do candle making. Can you recommend some books on that? So, you know, as you talk to people, you do readers advisory as you go. I also wanted to promote the movies that we make in-house, the tutorials, and I find one that was very appropriate. It's how to make your own bee billabong. We have Veggie Patch Science Home workshops, and they're made by us in-house. So we have our own YouTube video, and it's called CNRL Library Innovation Studio. So if you need some inspiration, please go have a look. I got the link there. So if you want to have a look at my colleague Jonathan, he's hilarious. Then we did, I'm a crochet addict and a crochet teacher. So I did some crochet granny squares workshops. The first one booked out overnight, so I had to do a few more. And we thought to help the people that come, we'll make a video of how to actually do it. So when they get home, they can pick it up again. And we did drop-in sessions later in the week in case they had any questions. And any crafter that I know usually does more than one craft. So I showed them our list of Creative Communities videos, because there's crochet, of course, because I'm the addict. But there's also how to make your own t-shirt yarn, or there's some sewing. Have a look. And then I also had, you know, the normal display with the crochet books and all that sort of stuff. But I also promoted Libby because I'm in love with the Libby magazines. If you just put crochet magazines, that's just the first 8. There's so much there. And because we wanted to make it as easy as possible for the people that were in the workshops, in the actual pattern, we made a QR code to the video. And the feedback that we got from the participants was that they find it so helpful that they could pause me and let me repeat, you know, certain things all the time. But then they wanted to come to the drop-in sessions because when they got stuck, I wasn't there to help them. So both of the things worked. Tips. Biggest tip is have fun, because it was so much fun to do it, a lot of work, but I find it so nice to work together with other council departments, because we don't really see them that much. Also with the people that are already in the library, they appreciated that we asked them. And use your staff skills and interests, like the kombucha, one of the guys makes that every day at home. The sauerkraut, one of the guys does it himself. Crochet, that's me. So yeah, just have a go. That's it. Oh, if you have questions, there's my, that's me. Okay, so now we're going to have some talks from the State Library. And the first one up is Ellen, yay!
Hello, I was also asked to provide this as a reminder of online training which took place last year. And you can find the online training on the wiki, where the videos from today and the slides from today will also be present. We're going to start with this quote, and I know it's about children, because it makes a really good point about visibility and that representation matters. And this is actually connected to the 4 professional development video sessions that I'm going to talk about. However, it applies to all of us as well. And I'm going to read that quote, substituting people for children. So when people cannot find themselves reflected in the books they read, or when the images they see are distorted, negative, or laughable, they learn a powerful lesson about how they are devalued in the society of which they are a part. And this is really relevant to all the collections in your libraries, including adult fiction. And actually the recent Indie Reads talk by Shirley Lee in conversation with Sarah Ayub highlights this as well. So if you haven't watched this, that's a good opportunity. Now, this idea of representation continues in this talk from Robin Bradford, who is one of the, I'm just going to move that a little bit, who is one of the voices, who's one of the presentations from last October. And she was asking this question on her slide. Now, she was asking it specifically about romance, but I think it relates to all of our collections. So 3 librarians and a bookseller provided online training in the genres shown on the screen. It was collection focused, however, was also relevant for readers' advisory work. Now, according to the Adult Fiction Stock Quality Health Check, which 66 libraries completed, thank you, the genres shown on screen were not as representative or as well held as other genres. Now, the training is, now, there will be a paper on the State Library of New South Wales website soon. It is completed, waiting for website versions, with the results of the Adult Fiction Stock Quality Health Check, so that you can see the data in more detail, and I'm happy to discuss that data with you. Now, I want to highlight why you should plan to watch or rewatch these training videos. Misha Stone, a very experienced Reader's Advisory librarian, highlighted the responsibilities we all have in shaping our collections. They do not accidentally come together, but are selected, catalogued and promoted. And different perspectives matter for all of us. Now, it's important to think about who or what is not visible in your collection. And this idea also ties back to training a few years ago on diverse picture books, which was provided by the State Library. Resources matter, and it does take work to keep up with new titles and trends. And we've been hearing from different people today about that as well. So the slides that are highlighted comments are actually from the evaluation from these sessions. And it showed that people really were learning. And I think the second slide on the screen really highlights that it's possible to see a wider relevance. So in this instance, someone wanted to go and get their staff in programming to watch this video so that their programming staff would understand the importance of representation in how things are provided. So you may want to watch with a few of your colleagues. Now, from Becky Spratford on horror, this enjoyment of being scared in a safe and controlled way is really important. And as we heard earlier today, everyone's got different levels of comfort with fear, and that's okay. But also keep in mind that horror truly is an emotion, and it's about the only genre where the genre name is actually the emotion that you feel. I really love the third comment here, although I was concerned about someone being so stressed that their heart rate was still up 3 hours later. But I thought, what a great presentation. So if you haven't watched these presentations, view that as a guide, but you know, health advisory, for some people, it may up your heart rate. Now, for science fiction, the points were very much more about crossover with other genres, that it's not sitting by itself, but you know, there is crime-related science fiction, for example. And like with other genres, people aren't going to like every subgenre. And so don't make them like ones they don't, but you can still encourage people to try. And so from that one, very much the subgenres and the crossovers were the values that came through, as well as we're having the resources to follow up. And each of these presenters all provided very helpful resources that you can find out about by watching the videos. Now, from Robert Bradford, she really highlighted that thinking about whose stories are not visible in romance. And we've already heard today that romance is sometimes not as loved as it could be. But also think implicitly about your other collections as well. And she made an excellent point, and I am going to read this part of the slide about what underrepresented romance isn't. And by default, this would be any underrepresented collection or subject in your library. So underrepresented subject isn't just for the segregated group of people. It isn't of lower quality, and it isn't harder to identify or understand or identify with. But her bottom point about making connections about the appeal rather than, hey, we've got a diverse book display. You're wanting to appeal to hearts and minds and help people draw connections through. So great points on promotion for wider appeal. Now, this one actually had a fascinating discussion of cataloguing as part of the Q&A session. And it led to a consideration that potentially tropes may be able to be included in catalogue records to assist readers as well as staff. Now, for those of you who don't know what tropes are, you have to watch Robin's video to find out. I'm not going to do spoilers at this stage. So it was really interesting seeing how this discussion about representation and a representative romance collection really led into how can we catalogue things so people, things are more findable, so we make it easier for the staff as well as the public. I didn't see that one coming, and I started life as a cataloguer. So you don't have to start everywhere at once. That wouldn't be reasonable. Now, I enjoyed looking at the slides again in presenting this session. I do need to actually watch the videos again. Now, my summary is top level and doesn't go near to covering the 60 to 90 minutes of detail in each of these presentations. So please go and watch them again or watch them for the first time if you haven't. Think about who else in your organisation could benefit from watching them with you, and maybe watching them with you. You may want to book a watch session with a few colleagues, roster to it. It's professional development. It's not just watching a video on YouTube. It is actually professional development. So don't delay watching it because you're too busy. Schedule it in. And think about your displays. Are they representative? Do they include books in other languages? Do they include authors who are culturally and linguistically diverse? Do they include authors and titles rather than exclude them? And think about your collections and ask the same questions. As Misha Stone, the presenter on fantasy, said, representative collections require active, ongoing commitment and learning, which really sounds like an excellent description of effective collection development of any kind. You know where to get in touch with me. Happy to talk about this.
Thank you so much, Ellen. I watched those videos and they're definitely worth watching. We now have Ross and Abby from the State Library who are going to talk about winter and summer reads on indie reads. It's all yours.
Okay, so as Ida indicated, today Abby and I will be touching upon the 4 statewide book clubs that we've undertaken, as well as highlighting a new initiative. And I'll also provide a very quick overview as to the status of the Indie Reads project. So the Indie Reads platform was rolled out approximately 3 years ago to the New South Wales Public Library Network. And whilst the pandemic added to the complexity of the task, the upsurge in community demand for digital content also made the timing fortuitous. As of today, 89 of the 90 public library services in New South Wales are connected and utilising Indie Reads. And the final service will hopefully be connected this year once they upgrade from their legacy library management system. The Indie Reads collection started with only a few thousand titles, and as of today has over 28,000 ebooks and audiobooks. Since the rollout, we have issued approximately 320,000 loans on the platform. One factor that has helped in the increase of loans is the development of the Indie Reads API by Spidus and Libero. This helps to automatically harvest the MARC records and then to expose the titles in the Indie Reads collection to your communities. From the outset, the Indie Reads project aims to complement the existing digital collections that public libraries hold. One of the vagaries of the current digital licensing environment is the prevalence of expensive metered access licenses, often referred to as exploding licenses. They tend to be of 12 to 24-month duration with a loan limit. And whatever you hit first, then you have to make that choice to either renew the title or to let it expire. Such licenses make it financially difficult for public libraries to buy beyond the most popular of mainstream digital titles. So digital collections tend to have, I guess, a narrower focus compared to the types or the array of titles that you'll find in a print collection in a public library. With Indie Reads, the focus is on domestic and international independent published titles, with an emphasis on emerging authors and works by authors from diverse backgrounds. Indie Reads also has an expansive collection of classics, modern classics, a poetry collection, and a comprehensive collection of domestic and international award-winning titles. Your clients will also find a curated selection of quality self-published titles on the platform. Now, as you're probably aware, self-published titles are now frequently in the best-selling lists on Amazon. They're also being shortlisted, longlisted for domestic and international awards. The self-published title on the bottom left of the screen, it's called Scandal, romance fiction, has circulated over 100 times on the Indie Reads platform. So that would definitely be up there with the best circulating material that we have on Indie Reads. Going forward, you can anticipate an additional 5,000 titles will be added to the Indie Reads collection each year. So Indie Reads not only complements your collection, but it also provides real-world savings to your budget. On the screen, you can see 3 examples that demonstrate the value of the Indie Reads collection. The dollar amount represents the total value of individual titles that have been circulated by the libraries over a 12-month period based on the average cost of an ebook, which is $25, and an audiobook, which is $95. The large metropolitan library has extracted over $300,000 value from the Indie Reads platform. So this represents titles that they haven't had to buy or interlibrary loan. You can also see an example of a small regional library which has loaned content to the value of $70,000. What we have noted is that the libraries with the highest use tend to use the Spidus or the Libero API to bring those MARC records into their catalogues. So if it is available to you, it's definitely worthwhile investigating further. Okay, so I'll now hand you over to Abby, who will talk about the book clubs and our new initiative.
So on the 15th of February, we wrapped up our most recent statewide book club with an interesting author talk that Alan mentioned, featuring Funny Ethnics author Shirley Lee and writer Sarah Ayub. And this was our 3rd summer book club and 4th overall after we ran the Winter Reads campaign last year as well. So our strategy with the statewide book clubs has been to select Australian fiction books from a range of genres with broad appeal. So far, we've had a teenage fantasy novel, a science fiction novel, a crime fiction novel, and the most recent contemporary coming-of-age story focused on the migrant experience. And since they've been our titles, 2 of the books have been subsequently had their screen rights sold. And last year's title, Every Version of You, won the People's Choice Award at the New South Wales Premier's Literary Awards, which hopefully you all voted for. We found that the book clubs are a great way to promote the platform to the community, and we've seen a big jump in membership following each book club. The book clubs also provide an incentive for Australian publishers to partner with the State Library, which in turn leads to a greater selection of Australian titles on the platform and more books to choose from for future initiatives. And the 3 authors, 3 of whom were releasing their debut novels, have also been ecstatic by the opportunity to have their work promoted throughout the New South Wales Public Library Network. And you can see on, you can see on the screen a nice quote from Shirley, our most recent author. So for each book club, we've licensed a title under an unlimited simultaneous use access license and supplied public libraries with a marketing kit, including bookmarks, digital signage, social media collateral, book discussion guides, and a media release. The idea is to provide libraries with a campaign that's easy to run, doesn't take too much time to roll it out. You can build your own programs or events around it, or you can simply promote it with the resources that we provide. And each book club finishes with an online author talk, which is also intended to provide libraries with the opportunity to promote an author talk to their members, as we know that not all libraries have the budget or capacity to deliver these themselves. And the recordings are also available on our PLS YouTube account, so you can also promote those afterwards in your marketing channels. Sorry, I've just noticed the slides are doing something weird. Feedback after each book club has been positive, with over 90% of those who responded expressing satisfaction with the selections. Bookmarks and social media appear to be the most popular way to promote the book clubs, and several respondents have also commented that they really like using the videos to promote the book and the author talks. If there's any other resources that we haven't currently been providing that you would like to promote the book clubs, please get in touch with Ross or me and we can see what we can do. We also ask what genre libraries would like for a future title, but there hasn't been a particularly standout genre that people want, with historical, romance, crime, fantasy, and science fiction all being recommended. So our focus is trying to find titles that are engaging and appealing to a wide audience. And it also provides you the opportunity to suggest a new genre to your clients if it's something that they wouldn't normally read. Okay. So you may be aware, Indie Reads also has an Available Now carousel, which has over 800 titles with simultaneous use licenses, meaning any of the books in there can be read at any time. So titles from this collection are ideal to promote to your various library book club groups, and can also complement titles that may be in your print book club collections so that clients have the choice of digital and print formats. We've recently selected a batch of over 100 books from Legend Press with simultaneous use licenses, which includes 40 classic titles that your library can read at any time. So things from like Emma to Joseph Conrad, that sort of stuff, anyone can read at once. We know that they're often some of our most popular titles that people are looking for. And as a supplement to the statewide book clubs, we're planning to select some titles from the Available Now carousel and provide a basic kit for you to run an online book club at a time convenient to you or to promote it to your library book clubs. This is purely optional. You could schedule your own book club using these, or you could just alert the book clubs to these titles. And just while I have a captive audience, I'd just like to remind you all about the collection of library professional development books that are available on Indie Reads. Over 200 titles from library publishers, including the American Library Association, Libraries Unlimited and more, which are really useful for people who are studying for library qualifications, or if you're thinking about introducing a new service or program. And you'll also find some readers' advisory guides on there as well that might be helpful for your work. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Ross and Abby. We have one more talk from the State Library, and that is Joanna from Multicultural. Is she here? There she is.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joanna Goh. I'm the Collection Services Coordinator for the Multicultural Services here in the State Library. Today, I will share some ideas on how you can promote your multicultural collection at your library through reader services. So, all of you know that the key to a successful reader's advisory is, first of all, knowledge. Being familiar with your collection, being familiar with the services that you have. Yeah. So in this case, I want to share with you the State Library's multicultural collection and our bulk loan service. Now, once you have that collection, that knowledge, what do? You need to know how to communicate that knowledge to your readers, right? So how do you do that for a multicultural community? We need to kind of think out of the box here, right? So let's get started. First of all, let's think, why do we even have a multicultural collection? Well, you have these numbers here from the census from 2021, and also numbers from the New South Wales, Multicultural New South Wales website. So we have about 2 million of our citizens in New South Wales that are born overseas. And they come from over 300 different cultures, and they speak over 280 different languages. Now, over 360,000 of them do not speak English well or even at all. And some of them most likely will be visiting your library. Yeah. So how else can we as library staff relate to those numbers? Well, just imagine yourself, right? Being removed from your country by choice or by force, by circumstances. Then imagine living in a country where the language is completely different. The environment, the culture is completely different from what you know, what you've grown up with. Imagine that every single day you have to translate everything in your head. Going to work, going to learn, and everything is you have to translate in the second language. So then one day, imagine yourself finding yourself in a public library in your hometown, in your new hometown. And then you see books in your language. Now, how does that make you feel? So in 2021, the State Library partnered with Charleston University on a project to understand how the experience of reading in first language and the role played by public libraries. I have a link to the report over there. And the research was undertaken by Dr. Jane Garner with participants from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. So in the study, they found that the participants described their reading experience as an emotional and cultural connection. They also found it relaxing, refreshing, and welcoming. So where do public libraries come into the picture? Now, libraries are one of the last places where people can come for free, where they have access to free information, access to multitude of services that you provide. Now, the visibility of the multicultural collection in the public libraries make people feel very welcome. Well, it gives them the confidence to just step to the desk and ask you for help if they need to find resources to adjust to a brand new country. Okay. So next, let's talk about the multicultural collection. Throughout New South Wales public libraries, we have over 50 different languages available. Now, how do we find out who has what books? So we have this resource here at the State Library website, and it's the Community Language Directory. So from the Community Language Directory, you can do a search by language. So in this case, let's do a search for French, and it lists down to you for you what libraries hold that languages and a ballpark figure of how many books they hold in that language. Apart from that, you can also search by library, and then it can tell you which languages that library hold and how many books they hold in that. So this data is taken from the annual public library statistics that we ask you every year. So we do make use of the stats. Okay, so and the numbers that you see here is a bit outdated because we are still waiting for the State Library website to be updated before we put in the new numbers. So next, let's have a look at the multicultural collection at the State Library. So at the State Library, we have over 70,000 items at the moment, and we cover 43 different languages, and we have a small collection of English as a second language books or ESL collection. Most of our collection is printed material, but we do have a small collection of audiobooks and also Vox books. So for those of you who do not know what Vox books are, they are a new kind of format, mostly picture books for children and bilingual as well. And they have an inbuilt audio device in their books. If you are interested, you can always order a bulk loan from us, and you can test out and ask us to include Vox books for you to try out. Now, our collection supports and supplements what the public libraries might already have. Okay. So what exactly is the bulk loan service? So it is a loan from the state library. It can be requested for about 10, a box of 10, 20, or 30 items, and for a period of 3 to 6 months at a time. And it's a completely free service, which the library has been providing since 1974, which means that we are celebrating 50 years this year. So how does this differ from interlibrary loan? Okay, I put this slide in because I want people to manage expectations from your borrowers. Okay, so because this being a free service and that we also have a high volume of turnover every day, we are not able to supply specific titles for through bulk loan. We can't do reservations through bulk loan, and you have to tell your patrons that they might get the same books when they ask for another loan, right? Because we do have a finite number of items. For example, if we have 100 Arabic books and only 50 of them or 20 of them are science fiction. Someone orders a batch of 20 science fiction. By the next order, they might have already read out everything. So again, something like that, you need to manage expectations. So who can request for a bulk loan? All bulk loan requests are going through New South Wales public libraries. So we don't take orders directly from the patrons. Yeah. You can request for bulk loans in response to your patrons' requests, or you can request for them make a generic request, so for displays or for a browsing collection. And later on, I will tell you why a browsing collection is so important when it comes to a multicultural community language books. So how can we submit a request? So this is from the bulk loans form and the link is through the public library's website. You have all the information that you need, a summary of what you can borrow, and there is a link there for audiobooks, box books, and large print titles of which languages we actually hold these formats. Now, as we scroll down, we also continue to give you supply updates, which is hidden by the bar upstairs. It's all right. And then you put in your contact information. And for contact information, I encourage libraries to be very consistent and talk to each other in your colleagues to make sure that you put in consistent information for your particular library. Each request, you can select a language. So in the language selection, you can also select ESL, or you can also select mixed language box for display. So if you select that, in the notes fields below, you can also select which language you want for the display. So in this case, let's say I want Tamil books, and you can choose whether you want adult, junior material, YA material, or a mixture. Once you select that, you select whether you want fiction, non-fiction, or a mixture. And we give for junior material, if you select junior material, you want picture books, chapter books, or a mixture. Then we give you a choice of 3 genres, that's optional, okay? If you want anything that we have, just put it in the notes field, say, give me anything that you have. Then there's a space there if you want alternative format. So large print, audiobooks, box books, or a mixture. Then most important, specify who this is for, because we want to know whether we're picking for a 4-year-old or a 40-year-old or an 80-year-old. Then you have subject areas for your non-fiction, and also if you got preferred authors, again, there's no guarantee. We hope that you will be able to do your homework before you submit that to us. Yes. And then you select the number of items and the leg alone and submit. Again, all these resources will be available for you. So what happens now next, right? Next, our team of 3 library assistants will go down, print the request, select the books, and circulate them. Once they circulate them, they are packed and ready to post. Now, whatever goes out has to come back, don't they? And we really hope they come back. So they get unpacked, they get sorted, they checked in, and then they shelved. So that's what the 3 library assistants do every day. And it's a huge volume, huge volume. And we're seeing a record volume this year. So now you got this knowledge. What do you do with that? All right. Now I'm breaking it down to 3 parts on how you can try and bridge this cultural and language barrier. So let's look at confidence. Now, for me, I come from Singapore. Okay, I had education, 12 years of learning Chinese as a second language. But whenever I'm at the desk, I'm still petrified when I see someone who thinks that I can speak Chinese. Okay, because you don't use it, you lose it. Eh? Yeah. So the thing is, it's about building the confidence, because again, how many of you are kind of like very scared, you know, when someone who do not speak your language come and ask you for help? Now, it's more about, you know, how can I relate the information effectively so that the other person can understand me. So we do have a cultural awareness training that is available for library staff. You can ask the Public Library Services team, and then you can try and organize one for you. Now, having the knowledge of the collection and the service, all right, goes a long way, because once you know about the collection and the service, you know what you're talking about. Now, there's also a few training resources from the Multicultural Wiki page, and you can stay current with us through the e-list. Now, there's a tip that I want to share, is that you can also create a simple checklist. If you're someone asking for bulk loans in your service, you can create a simple checklist for your staff members based on our order form, so you know what to ask. Yeah. And of course, most importantly, we all have to keep practice. Now, the next part is language. So ideal world, okay, the libraries will be able to employ staff with language skills. Now, of course, we don't live in an ideal world. So what do we do? So if you've got volunteers, community, people from the community, you can ask them for help. Think outside the box. If you're using your own language, okay, louder doesn't mean better. So use simple words, short sentences, and very importantly, listen. Yeah, listen and verify. Now, how do I verify? There's always now translation tools. Most of us we have a laptop or a computer or phone. There's Google Translate. All right, not 100%, better than nothing. Now, there's also web search. So someone's asking me about author and so on, just do a web search, verify. Because it's often you get a picture, you get the examples of the books. That's how I verify. Now, if you're using forms, you're creating forms, make sure you use checkboxes so you can compare your answers with the answers they provide. Make it simple for yourself and them. And then catalog searching. Unfortunately, cataloging for multicultural books still has a long way to go. Yeah, because there's a lot of scripts that are not displayed. they're all transliterations, so which don't mean anything for, you know, the native speakers. So how do they know what's on the catalog if they don't understand what exactly is there? So that's why a browsing collection is very important. So that brings me to visibility. Okay, I'm almost there, so bear with me. So the visibility of the collection and promotional material, all right, is very important for the for community language material, because half the battle is won when the books are visible. Yeah. So let's say if you are borrowing a box of 20 items for a patron, don't give the whole 20 items to the patron in one box. Now, right? What I always suggest is put them on the shelves, because then the person who requests for it gets first dibs. Yeah. But they might just choose 2 or 3 of those 20 books at a time. But at the same time, you may have 2 or 3 people who speak that language come by, look at it, and they borrow the books from there. So basically, again, you get new membership, you get more loan circulation numbers. Yeah, you got more people coming in and out of your doors. That's what you want. Yeah. Now, if you can, display them with your displays. Yeah. But if you can't, good signages and directions go a very long way. So you can have a big banner and all that, but have arrows and all that. Words again may not mean anything to them. Use infographics, genre labels. And if you look at the picture in there, it's from Rockdale Library. They have a very good example of excellent display. They make use of signages and translations of new books in Nepali. So they've got the native written in the native language there as well. Online presence. So the online presence, is there information of your multicultural collection or the service on your website? Can the people that they're directed to understand that information on that website, right? So can that page be translated in any way? If they can't, not the end of the world. Well, can someone there create a video in a native language and then with the explanation, load it up there? Facebook, Instagram, and so on, you can always make use of that. The State Library has some templates of, you know, Instagram or Facebook, like images and stuff like that. Yeah. So you can also go in there and have a look. The Multicultural Communications Playbook from Multicultural New South Wales, that's a very, very useful guide on how you can pitch yourself to the multicultural community. And finally, I want to share with you the multilingual library signage resource from the State Library's website. Again, we have about the library phrases translated into 57 different languages professionally. And you can search for a language, search for the phrase, translate, and then you get the translation. You can copy the translation or download the image, make use in your signages on your websites and so on. Okay, so thank you for bearing with me. I hope you get something back with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joanna. That was awesome. And it's very close to my heart as a non-native English speaker. It's nice, you know, that I'm not the only one. So we're now to our last speaker of the day, which will be Kate Holden. She's an author. She wrote My Skin, The Romantic, and The Winter Road. She writes essays, reviews, fiction, and regularly interviews creative artists for the Saturday paper. She lives in the Illawarra and she's standing very close to me. So please welcome her to the mic. I'll just see if we can get your face up. That would be nice.
I don't need to see the old face. Okay, and once you start speaking.
Okay, cool.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm bursting in at the end of your long day, and I'm sure it's been incredibly exciting so far. And I'm just going to talk for a little bit about writing. I'm a writer, and books that I've been reading, and send you off, with some writing vibes. So I'm really pleased to be here. Obviously, this is the kind of community I'm going to adore. And it's really nice to be asked to come into town. I live in the regions myself, and it's a big day to come into town. Got my earrings on, and yeah, and just to speak to some people about obviously what we all like to talk about, books and writing and why we like certain things. And thank you very much to the State Library of New South Wales for organising this and inviting me. And I'm really glad to be here, especially on the traditional lands as well of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and this beautiful part of the world, this beautiful part of Sydney. So I'm just going to talk about 30 minutes about my writing and what's made me read the things that I read, and hopefully give you some ideas of what a middle-aged, mid-career writer from Australian regions likes to get into. And at the end, we've got time for questions if anyone, or you can just interrupt. I'm going to rattle off a few lists of names. So if anyone wants me to repeat anything, or, just let me know, okay? So as I was introduced, I'm a writer. I've been a professional writer for about 20 years. My first book came out in 2005, and it was called In My Skin, and it was a memoir. I had done a little writing course before that, and prior to that, I'd been an art student. I'd meant to be an archaeologist. I became a sex worker and a heroin addict, which kind of took me on a slight bypass through my 20s. And then I inevitably circled around and got back to literature, which was what I was supposed to be doing. And so I wrote a book about that experience. And I was kind of catapulted quite quickly into being a professional writer. I was not expecting anything to happen, but then I started getting invitations to write for other things. And Jonathan Green, the lovely Jonathan, invited me to do a column for The Age almost immediately. And I started writing essays and book reviews and features and in profiles, and then some short fiction. So I've done quite a lot of writing, over the years. And I had a column in The Age, and now I do a piece regularly for the Saturday paper, where I interview creative practitioners about their influences and have some wonderful conversations. So I guess I've been working in the non-fiction space mostly all my life. And the last 20 years, I've written a little bit of fiction. So far, sadly, none of my beautiful novels have been either finished or published, but I have high hopes. And so the first two books I wrote were both pretty straightforward memoirs. I know the theme today is cross-genre, so I want to talk about that. And so the first two books were very much straight down the line memoirs. I didn't need to do much research, obviously. I just wrote basically what had happened and published them, and off I went. But the third book, which came after a gap in which I'd had a child and taken a bit of time off, was completely different. So I got asked by my publisher, who through the Saturday paper is owned by Schwartz Media, who also does Black Ink books. And the Black Ink approached me and said, we've got this story, it's a true crime story. Would you like to have a go at that? We really think you'd be really good at it. And but I don't write crime and I don't know anything about crime writing. And they said, that's exactly why you'll be the one for it. So I, like a challenge. So I said, okay, fine. And leapt into what turned into 4 years of unbelievable but exciting work, which took me right into the lands of cross-genre literature. So The Winter Road is the story of a murder which happened in Moree in 2014, when an environmental officer was killed by a farmer who had been illegally land clearing. And this is quite a big story at the time, and there'd been a lot of reporting and a lot of commentary around it, but it was a couple of years ago by that stage. So I started researching the true crime story, but what I could immediately see was that this story had such potential to be deeper and richer and broader and more tentacled and in more like an ecology of a story than a, ironically, a single tree, which was what was at the heart of the murder, I guess. So I started, with my little boffiny, scholastic mind that's missed being in academia. I just started researching like a maniac, and I spent about a year just deep diving and having to really master a lot of material. So this is the book, and I don't know if you can see, but it's tiny font, tiny that they crammed it into, and it is whatever it is, about 300 pages. And at the back is my 8-page, even tinier font bibliography of thousands of things that I squirreled into my story. But basically I had to master, I don't know, 2-3 PhDs worth of material because I lost my mind. I was in ecstasy, just having such a great time, you know, delving. And what I could see is that the story encompassed not just a murder and a contention over land, but all the attitudes that lay behind that. Like, why did we have an environmental officer? Why was there a farmer convinced that his right to broadacre cropping was worth killing over? What was the background to having an environmental regulation system at all? Why was there this, you know, this deep mythos of agriculture as one of the heroes of Australian development? Where did all of that come from? So I started looking back and further into, you know, medieval agricultural practices and in philosophy. You know, I wrote a little précis. I had to do history, biography, philosophy, legal history, nature writing, environmental issues, all refracted through different sources and the, you know, specific individuals who'd been influential in each part of it. Debates about who had been responsible, the historiography of each part of that, and my own authorial perspective at the end of the day. So it was really a true crime come history, come philosophy, nature writing, journalism critique by the end of it. And, you know, where to put this on the shelf when it came out. Thank God it was not my problem, it was yours. So I had to really go in, and what happened is that I ended up with masses of material, of course. I had these, you know, diagrams. It was almost like doing astrological charts. I guess I had arrows and, you know, pointy things. I had to master different types of software just to try and get a handle on what I was doing. It was hopeless. And I could see that everything was connected to everything else. And I guess that's the point at which I really fell in love with cross-genre writing, because it was so exciting to make these little chiming connections. It was almost like a piece of music in a way. You know, I could hear a little harmony here and a little, you know, echo over there, and the whole structure somehow settling into this symmetry, even though it was so sprawling. As I said, I did these diagrams, and what I was trying to work out was how I could interleaf, you know, the narrative of the crime story with all of these other things, which I felt was so urgently important to understanding what had happened and why this man had been killed. But it was structurally extremely challenging. So my editing, it took me about a year to research. I have to say about 6 months to write because I'm very quick. And then 2.5 years of just grinding editing with my very heroic editor, Julia Calamagno. And we slogged and slogged. And of course, every time I wrote something, I took something out, I'd have to write something new because the case kept on developing. But just to give you an idea of what I was kind of mastering, I had the history of Australian colonial settlement, the history of First Nations relations with land use, the history of agriculture and agricultural technology in Australia. I have to say at one point I mentioned to a friend, I was deep in the development of the of tractors and their specific, you know, developments. And he's like, "You've lost your mind." But I'm like, no, it's relevant. The history of environmentalism, and that starts abroad, and then how it had manifested in Australia, and why did we have environmental legislation, and how did we establish the Land Environment Court? And then I had to get into the history of the Department of Environment and the history of the Office of Environment and Heritage, and then cultural studies of heritage and how we'd invented a heritage industry, and the idea that we should preserve things as opposed to keep going. Eco-philosophical thought, which is huge. Property rights, philosophy, enlightenment, intellectual and religious history, legal documentation of a specific murder case. So I had to master the kind of ways in which legal documents are made and formatted and archived and accessed, which was very complicated, and generally get a grasp on the shape of Australian settlement by both European and First Nations peoples since prehistory and its impacts on everything. So obviously I was tired by the end of all of that, but I did it, and the book came out in, what was it, 2021, I think. And I will just skite slightly and say, look, at the halfway through this book, I was frequently found near tears of despair going, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not a journalist. I have to be a journalist for this. I'm not a crime writer. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not a historian. And I was very conscious of the historians out there in the world. I literally kind of pictured like a little kind of low wall, and over the top of it, all these kind of Manning Clark faces of bearded, white bearded men frowning at me and going, "Who do you think you are? And what have you done? You've totally misunderstood everything." So I was really intimidated. But I'm happy to say I won a history prize, a journalism prize, and a crime writing prize for them. Even beating out some literal white bearded academics in the room next door. Thank you. Thank you. I was, no one was more surprised than I was, but for a feminist, I was very glad. Yeah, so this was a huge experience for me. And gosh, it just opened my eyes to how exciting and enriched that kind of writing could be, and how a story like that, which seemed like a single incident, took place on a winter's road in the dusk, you know, in the middle of 2014, far away from anyone. And yet it just opened up these vistas, and I could see how that story would not have been able to be told properly if I had not gone on all those different directions. It would have just been a straight down the line thing. Now, I was trying to rack my brains before today, like, did I have any models in my mind, you know, that I was working on? And I have to say, maybe it was the stress has blanked me out, but of writing that book, but not really. I guess, I mean, I've been really aware since I ever studied writing of the tradition of literary nonfiction, which is, as you probably know, often called different things, narrative nonfiction and so on, but literary nonfiction of whatever kind, which tends to rely on a cross kind of format where you alternate a scene and then information, scene, information. So you'll have a narrative which is giving the dramatic kind of propulsion through the story, a nonfiction narrative perhaps, and then you will break in with an authorial voice suggesting the background information. So you will have a whole passage about, you know, heart surgery, or, you know, the settlement of Australian native trees, or whatever it is, and then you go return to the narrative. And so you keep on punching the reader kind of forward and forward with this little reliable, reassuring story to keep them going. And that unfolds the other parts of the, you know, the discourse, and then that part reflects back on how you're telling the story. So they're often very well crafted, these stories, because it takes a lot of getting things exactly right, the beats and the connections correct. So I was obviously really aware of that, and there's been a massive amount of work in that genre since, I don't know, the 60s. And obviously there are also classics like Truman Capote's In Cold Blood and John Berendt's Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. Does anyone remember that, about murder in New Orleans, which really sparked off this idea that you could make quite boring ideas exciting if you attach a human story to them. When the publisher came to me and asked me to do this story, I think they probably had in mind something like Chloe Hooper's The Tall Man, which came out a few years before that and was hugely successful. And there's been a documentary film made of it. And what Chloe had done is she went off to Palm Island in the wake of a death and was on the ground interviewing people and making a beautiful kind of portraits and vignettes of the scene on the ground, with some reflections of what was going on in terms of Indigenous deaths in custody. But unfortunately, what my murder had been and dusted, and already the court case was over, so there's not much to see, which I think was good because it kicked me into something else. But yeah, I think those are probably the examples which are closest to what I was doing. And I think probably there are thousands out there. I feel like I'm bringing coals to Newcastle because you're the ones who know the contemporary publishing. But yeah, there's a few of those true crime books that try to extend beyond just the main story. And I don't know, there's one called Wedderburn, which came out not long after mine, I think, or around the same time, which was also a rural murder. But yeah, I think there's something to be said for really having, you know, either the discipline to stick to the one story, as some people do, or to, you know, to really blow it out. So that's what I was doing in 2018 to 2021. And then since then I've been resting really, but I also am really working on a book of essays at the moment, which are fairly straightforward essays. They're more discursive, philosophical, kind of conceptual pieces, but in the back of my mind, I'm ticking away on some ideas of other things a little bit more arty. And in the meantime, I'm reading. So I speak to lots of people who aren't reading much anymore. I'm sure you get this, notwithstanding your beautiful libraries, but a lot of people are struggling to focus and turning instead to, say, audiobooks and so on. But that's not me. I am not the most, let me say, look, I'm not cool anymore. I was really cool and I'm not cool now. So I don't even do social media. I don't do any of that. And so I'm not exposed to all of that that stuff with kind of discussions of books or so on. I listen to podcasts and I read a few Substacks and digital magazines, but mostly I'm actually surrounded by piles of literal books. My house, it looks like this basically. And so I'm just deeply embedded. And because I'm a little bit of a kind of a bowerbird mind, I've got bookmarks and literally maybe 40 books at the moment. And I'm just diving into this, the wonderful world of literary nonfiction from the past, and especially essays. So some of the people I'm reading, I mean, they're not all even alive anymore. Some of them are sadly gone. But I just read a list of some of the people I'm into, and you might recognize some of these people. And if you don't, I'm happy to blab about them. So I've got Annie Dillard, who's American, Brian Dillon, who's an Irish writer who lives in London, W.G. Sebald, the deceased German writer, Austrian, Virginia Woolf, Robert Macfarlane, you know, the British nature writer, Andre Asserman, who writes novels, but also these incredibly beautifully and elegantly written essays about nostalgia and belonging. Beverly Farmer, who I will talk about in a second, Maria Stepanova, who's written one called In Memory of Memory, I think, which is very much a hybrid kind of everything book. It's a memoir with discursions into, you know, the idea of memory and heritage and legacy and European war trauma and so on. Jay Griffiths, who is one of my favorites. She's not very well known, I don't think, especially not in Australia, but she's a British writer. She wrote a book called Wild, not to be confused with Cheryl Strayed, but she wrote this fantastic kind of travel / philosophy / nature writing book, where she went to various kind of wild places and looked at concepts of wilderness. As she points out, most Indigenous peoples wouldn't have a word for that, they'd call it home. And she goes to look at how people have made their place in certain landscapes and what that means to them. And then she wrote several more. She's written one called Kith, which is about children, one called Tristomania, which is about her manic depression. And what else? She's got a new book of essays called Nemesis, My Friend, which is a collection. And she's just a dynamite writer. Gregory Day, who's one of ours, Australian, he's Victorian, and he is really working, I guess, in the same vein as someone like Robert Macfarlane and those, you know, those disciplines of landscape, history, heritage, nature. What would you say? They're mixed with a memoir, mixed with a kind of personal voyage story. And he has some really nice observations about Australian senses of belonging in landscape, which I think I'm going to argue when one of my essays coming up slightly more complicated than they are for the British. But he's, you know, he writes fiction, but he also writes this non-fiction. Susan Sontag, A.S. Byatt and her beautiful literary essays. Elliot Weinberger, who's in one of those fantastically agile American essayists who he can translate Chinese, and then he also talks about art, and he does all these, you know, things in between, beautiful, rarefied stuff. Sarah Manguso, who's an American essayist who writes extremely slender, very, very crafted non-fiction essay books, I suppose you'd call them, about grief or about illness. She's got one called Ongoingness, which I loved, which is about how when she'd been a compulsive diary keeper like me, but when she had her child, she was of course too wrecked and busy and distracted to write her diary all the time. And she discovered that this was actually a great liberation, that finally she could let go of this idea that she constantly had to pull the past with her, and that actually the forgetting of the past was in some ways the purpose of what she was supposed to be doing. And it's a very tiny book, which I recommend. It's just so limpid. Yeah, exquisite. And Sarah Centilles, who wrote a book, came out 10 years ago, called Draw Your Weapons, which is a reflection on art and trauma, I think from memory, but it's a long time, but based around discussions that she had with her writing class, which was a lot of people who were newly arrived from traumatic background, international backgrounds, and they were looking at ways in which violence and art kind of reflected upon each other. And she's got this very, well, I guess it's quite fashionable, but very fragmentary style, which it's almost aphoristic. So it's very much broken up on the page, but just cumulatively weaves this spell. There's a lot of it is understated and she doesn't spell things out, but you just have this kind of mosaic effect, which gives you the idea through the accumulation of pieces of what she's getting at. And this is also very much the style of Maggie Nelson, who's another American essayist, who wrote, I don't know how to say it, bluets or bluets. It's a flower in America. And she wrote one which is quite famous. She wrote the Argonauts, which is about her relationship and her family. But she wrote this one called Bluets, which is very tiny numbered kind of aphorisms, which tells gradually and it kind of ineluctably the story of an obsession with blue and a sense of grief over the ending of a relationship. It's exquisite, but a bit frustrating. Elliptical. John Berger, who was a great British critic, he did this fantastically famous series in the 70s called Ways of Seeing, which was about perception of art. But he also went off and wrote thousands of words about living. He went and lived in a village in France, and he wrote about the kind of the peasant life in the sense of not a rustic, picturesque way, but really about what it's like to live close to the land and not be highfalutin. But he also wrote a lot about art, and he combines memoir and art discourse with philosophy and fiction. He kind of puts them all together. Is this list getting a bit long? Because I can skip through, but someone else I really love is Derek Jarman, who's not at all as serious as that. Derek Jarman was a filmmaker primarily, and he wrote, he did films like Caravaggio and Edward II and Jubilee, fantastically celebrated landmarks of cinema in Britain in the 70s and 80s. But he also wrote wonderful notebooks and fantastic diaries which have been published. And so in the diaries, I mean, I put them in here, they're not crafted in the same way, but they're these beautiful, entrancing. I love Derek so much. He writes about his diary, about his garden. He lived in what is now famous cottage and garden that he built in the gravel, the shingle and a beach down in the south of England in Dungeness. And he crafted this garden, which is now visited by people all over the world because he managed to make things grow amongst the stones. He put fertilized soil, and he found the right plants. And he puts bits of old, detritus there, and it's a magical place. And he writes about cultivating his garden, but also about his artworks. He reminisces about his, younger days in the art world in London. He bitches about other people in the art world in London. He's just this charming, lively presence. And I really love reading his work because it's so free form and flowing and permissive. Like it just, he did know that his diaries were going to be published, so they're somewhat crafted. And they just have this spirit of a human who's really attentive, really living, really noticing, and endlessly creative. Even when he was dying of HIV/AIDS, he was still creative to the very end, and he was still painting and making films and planning things and writing his notebooks. He wrote an entire book at the end of his life when he had already gone blind about colour, and it's beautiful, called Chroma. So I actually have a little shrine to Derek in my house, where he's accompanied on the other side by Patti Smith, who I just think is great. She rocks. And if you know Patti Smith's music or her Substack that she does these days, where she does little video diaries, she's also just the most wonderful writer. And she's written many books, including 3 memoir-y books in which she combines not just straight memoir, but kind of fantastical, I don't know, reveries and poetry and reflections on things. She'll have little discussions about subjects. It's not always easy to see what is really, factual and what is a little kind of dream that she's having, because she cultivates that sense of dreaming and, revisiting her dreams and a surrealist awareness that there could be some other fable version of life that's just happening around you. But she marries that with this beautiful poetic attentiveness. So I've got Patti and Derek in my room. And I also have on my shelf a woman called Vivian Gornick, who's an American critic who's sharp as anything. She is so sharp, and I'd be terrified to meet her. But she writes literary criticism and feminist criticism, and she's got a fantastic book called The Odd Woman in the City, which is about friendship. It's a memoir of sorts, but again, very discursive and embracing, these people who write memoirs in which they integrate other things often kind of managed to counter the sternness of the intellectual part of their material with a real sense of affability and warmth and intimacy. So I think that kind of cross-genre blend works really well, because if you can find a personable self on the page which allows people to come closer, and then you can, you know, switch around and tell them something complicated about art and violence, then, you know, you're kind of getting somewhere and you're showing people something new or something that matters to you anyway. My most pretentious person on my list is Pascal Quignard, who's a French writer. He wrote the novel upon which the beautiful film Tous les matins du monde is based on. I don't know if any of you remember it, but it's a film about musicians in the 17th century. But he's an extraordinary fragment writer. And he wrote a book called The Roving Shadows, which is part of a series that he wrote, which won the Prix Goncourt in France, which is very eminent. It's like their Miles Franklin. And then there's Mary Oliver, who's a poet and beautiful essayist. Oh, yes, smiles. Who could not smile over Mary Oliver? She's got there's a collection of her, you know, posthumously published of her books, her works called Devotions, which is really special. And she's just one of those, you know, free and limpid minds that you want to spend time with. Helen Garner, of course. Rebecca Solnit, who is, I don't know, a bit intimidating. She doesn't seem to have a huge sense of humor, but she does some really good stuff in politics and political discourse. She's written so many books, and some of them are very personal. Some of them are based again around memoir, like the personal exploration. And then she puts into that stories of people. She's one of those fearless journalists, unlike me, who goes out and interviews people really in difficult situations and gets their perspective. So she writes, you know, searing critiques of modern, you know, political life and the pickles that we're in. And, you know, she's amazing, but she is a bit stiff. What else? Jeff Dyer, who is not stiff at all. He's a very, very languid old Jeff. He's been to Australia many times. And I have to say that I was so into Jeff Dyer from the days when I was a 19-year-old bookseller 100,000 years ago. And I really felt he was mine because no one else knew about Jeff Dyer. And I had all his books. And then one day, to my horror, he turned up at the Wheeler Centre in Melbourne. And I went there thinking it's just going to be me and Jeff finally. And instead, there were all these other people. And I was so affronted. And then I made the mistake of trying to meet him, and I made a total fool of myself. Just couldn't speak. My own publicist was his publicist because we had the same publisher. And he was, I was trying to say something to Jeff, and he's staring at me, and behind I could see my publicist going like this. So I can't talk about Jeff much because it's very upsetting to me, but he is a fantastic writer. You know, almost to the point of being almost a cliche, because he's really worked a groove. But if anyone here knows Jeff Dyer's work, he's very droll, very, very intelligent and astute, extremely wide-ranging. So his most recent book is about tennis. Before that, he did stuff about photography or jazz, or, you know, he wrote a book about D.H. Lawrence. He's written lots of travel stuff about his, you know, his unfortunate travel adventures. He definitely presents a memoir self, which is not really, I think, that true, but he packs all this other stuff in. It's always just a delight to read him. So I recommend, and he's also extremely good literary critic. But he does write these wonderful other books. If you get one of those in front of you, just don't mention my name. Who else I've got? Oh, this is random. Kathleen Jamie, who's a Scottish essayist, and she's, I guess, in the Robert Macfarlane camp of quite serious British people writing about heritage and landscape. There's a lot of Scottish islands and, you know, bleak moors and beautiful misty things and Neolithic settlements. And so I love all this stuff. But she writes really, yeah, very, what would I say, very kind of elastic essays. She's definitely someone who's been coming up. Jessa Crispin, who's an American, who writes great stuff about women in the arts. And Lauren Elkin, who writes about, say, women flaneurs. She's got one called Flaneurs, which is about women walking around the world looking in the way that men have always been allowed to walk around and look. But what about the women who've been walking at the same time, but rather more surreptitiously? Maggie Nelson, I mentioned Muria Termarkin from Melbourne. She writes gorgeously about traumascapes and the heritage and legacies of violence on landscape. But she, again, is extremely alert and manages to fold a lot of things in. Marion Macken, who's an architect, I believe, who's just written a book which we did really like, I've just been judging the New South Wales Premier's Award for non-fiction, and we really liked that one. It's very slender. She writes about architecture and grief in these little tiny vignettes. It's only about this thick, but it's just devastating. So she, again, this kind of combination. And oh, here I have the last person, Patti Smith. I'll just say all over again, Patti Smith. You don't need any more. So I like these writers so much, and gosh, I'd like to be like them. Just their ease of movement through the topics, their confidence in their questing. So a lot of them will start with a question and not know anything about it and enjoy that process. And that opens up an avenue for the readers, of course. So for your clients to just go with them. You know, I saw Inga Clendinnen do a panel once at a writers' festival with Daniel Mendelsohn and Elliot Weinberg. It was incredible. And she said for her, an essay starts with, let's take my hand, let's go for a walk together. And so it's that kind of exploratory, meandering style, but with the discipline of, you know, immense craft and imagination and the courage to put different things together. And I think this is the way through. I mean, they have to put a lot of the world into a small place. But they write about things as if they matter, you know, even small, tiny things. Mary Oliver talks a lot about, you know, attentiveness and noticing, and that's what their project is. It's always about noticing and stopping and pausing and looking and then holding something up for us. So they combine elegance and curiosity with these beautiful incandescent passages. Some of them write about gardens, some write saints, some write about the bush, some write about the shopping. And then I write, you know, to get away from that kind of very compact stuff, I read a lot of nature writing. So this is Robert Macfarlane and Kathleen Jamie and who I've got, Benjamin Myers. They're almost all British and they're almost all men at this point, but this is being challenged by a few people. Neil Ansell, Philip Marsden, Richard Maybe, Roger Deakin. I'm listening to a podcast with Camille T. Dungy, who's written this new book called Soil, which is very much about women gardening, Blackness in America and the relationships to nature. And she points out that all of these books, all these guys seem to go on the model of a great man must go solitarily to the mountainside and commune, you know, in some ice storm, while of course every woman who's reading the book is saying, and who was looking after the children? So there's this new kind of movement coming up where the women are going to go to the mountainside, or in fact just down the lane and look at something as much as they can. But to reify the idea that nature and landscape is all around us. We don't have to go to the Cairngorms in Scotland. We can just, you know, go to the park. So there's nonetheless a really wonderful body of work, which is, you know, coming up through all of that, of where people are putting history, memoir, travel, quest, kind of biographies and philosophy together and presenting visions of the world, which I think are really important. Along with those, there are people like Catherine May, Kerry Doherty, Bayo Akamafalafe, and the writers who are talking about kind of modern philosophy. How do we live now? That's the title of Catherine May's podcast. She wrote The Electricity of Every Living Thing and Wintering, and her new book is Enchantment, in which she combines the memoir, you know, the personal perspective that a lot of them are doing this, with this idea we can open up and unpack a whole lot of things that affect us. So how do we talk about loneliness or banality or tiredness and exhaustion or structural issues in politics? So I think that stuff is really hot. I'm sure you know all about it, but there's a lot of it. There was a lovely magazine here, Dumbo Feather, which is no more, but that was one that showcased a lot of these thought thinkers. I read Emergence magazine from the United States, which is, I think, only online, and Orion magazine, which I get sent out from America, which is, again, one place where they have a lot of different writers, high quality writers, investigating, given the brief, really, given an invitation to look at the ways in which, say, warfare and ecology interact, or migration and climate change, or anything else, sometimes very personal, sometimes a little bit more, you know, distanced, but they're looking at really important things and they're doing them so beautifully. So it's, you know, it's a pleasure to read it, even though it's sometimes a bit grim. So all of those things, I think your clients would probably really enjoy. And then just to kind of finish up with, I should just say the things that I'm looking forward to reading, or kind of really getting into at the moment as I'm looking ahead to my next book, which is going to be a collection. I was saying to people who kind of bring something up and hold it out to show you, there's a wonderful idea by Ursula Le Guin, the fantasy writer and essayist, where she talked about, well, she kind of borrowed it from someone else, but it's called the carrier bag theory of fiction. And this is an idea that I find really captivating. She contrasts the traditional way of thinking about a narrative of some kind, where you have a protagonist, there might be an inciting incident, there might be some kind of issue, a problem that has to be, overcome, and the hero, in the hero's journey will, go through like a superhero, like a Greek myth character, and achieve something and be changed at the end of it. And this is a kind of propulsive narrative, very exciting to read, but it's often quite aggressive in some ways, and it's often been dominated by men. And Ursula Le Guin and her Thor sister suggested that maybe actually this is a very old form, which comes from the idea that the first thing that humans ever did was say, a la 2001, pick up a rock and hit something with it, or you throw it, or there's the idea of a weapon that's kind of piercing through history and narrative. So she said, what if actually the first vessel were cupped hands? What if the first thing people did was they cupped their hands to carry something, to raise something, to show something? And she posits this idea of a collection of things that are picked up, assembled, maybe random, maybe associated, and shared and perhaps displayed or transported. And she calls this the carrier bag, because in this carrier bag, all these little funny things, might be pebbles, might be feathers, might be rocks, might be bones, might be whatever, little bits of gold, jumble up together and rub against each other and make new patterns. And she posits this as a kind of alternative way of looking at what literature should be about, that you could simply assemble things and share them because they're lovely, and like those books that I was discussing, that maybe sometimes just the juxtapositions, the random assemblages, they themselves make patterns and beauty and meaning for us. And I really like this idea, partly because it gets me off the hook, because I'm not very good at plotting anything. And so I think, what if I had a book which was a whole collection of just wonderful things? And I'm thinking of the tradition of people through history who've collected wonderful things. And I'm thinking at this time when we feel that so many things are ending or in jeopardy, I would have really liked to have some kind of character who goes around collecting just wonderful things and sharing them with readers. So I'm working on an idea of a fragmentary voyage or a collection of just different vignettes. And I'm looking at the ways other people have done this, because I'm aware that it's very nice to just have a whole lot of little vignettes, but will the reader just want to put it down after 10 pages and say, okay, great, I get it. So I've been looking at the way some other people have approached this, and there's a little collection of people I really like. So one of them is Sebald, W.G. Sebald, who famously did these books like The Rings of Saturn and Compass Under, where he would go on a voyage, and as he's in this reverie, meandering his character anyway, he puts in these other stories. He folds them in a bit like folding, eggs into batter. So he just folds them in ever so effortlessly, and you find yourself reading about, old Irish, aristocratic families, or bone collectors, or atrocities from the Second World War, or whatever it is that he's kind of managed to vaguely associate, and you just go with him. And I like that idea that he's just kind of smoothed them in. Then there's Beverly Farmer, who I just love, and I think is such an underrated Australian writer. And she wrote, she's passed away now, but she wrote The Bone House, was her last book, published by wonderful Giramondo Press. And that's, again, this kind of deeply uncontroversial, but beautiful collection of wonderful reflections on things. I can't describe it. It's just her writing is so insanely beautiful, and her ideas are so gleaming and glittering, and her preoccupations are so magical. So I really recommend that. It's beautiful. And then probably I've got a couple of others, but the one I would really probably hold to and recommend, and I know that you might be aware of her book at the moment because she's got a new one out, her third book finally has arrived, who is Anne Michaels, who is a Canadian writer. And she wrote Fugitive Pieces, which came out in the 90s, and then followed it with The Winter Vault, and now her new one is called Hell, that's just come out. And she is a poet, but she has constructed this form in which she posits a very loose narrative, usually about some kind of couple or someone who's in a relationship with someone else, and through just their various minor vicissitudes, she will fold in these little bits of wonderfulness and reflections and aphorisms and observations about the human soul, about art, about ruin, about tragedy, about trauma and memory. And yes, it's almost like she sets them like gold, like garnets in gold, you know, as you read each page. It's so beautiful. You have to read these books extremely slowly. But I really love the way she manages to achieve that. And I think that this cross-genre kind of scene, which has been emerging for a while, but is really about to kind of flower in front of us, is something that, you know, libraries could just be so into, because you have the collections of all the wonders on your shelves. And I know that readers are really responding to this idea that you can have something that's so, I don't know, sometimes very brief, something that's easy to, you know, to pick up and put down, something that's quite efficient, because, you know, for one project you get memoir, history, you know, philosophy, art criticism, but also just something that reminds us that in relationships are what we are all about these days. And it seems to me naive to still think that you should write separately about all the different things that are going on in the world, when we can see so clearly that they are all interrelated and all leaning upon each other, and that you can't write about history without talking about climate, and you can't write about ecology or without writing about politics, and you can't write about art without writing about war, and that all of these things come together, but you also find out so much more about the world when you do put them together. So I think this is exactly what I want to personally do, and what I'm really enjoying reading, and I really hope that you will take at least one of these people home with you today. And thank you so much for letting me blabber on about it. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thanks.
That was wonderful, Kate. I really enjoyed that. My to read list has grown. Won't fit next to my bed anymore. Would you mind sharing that list with us so we can put on our wiki?
Yes, of course.
Cool, fantastic. Does anyone have questions for Kate? We still have some time. Oh, there's a question there. Far away, and I don't have to go. Yes, Miss Stewart.
Thank you for that. You seem like a beautiful person. Just wondering if you still write a diary.
Oh, I do. Yes, I do. I have to say I've gone keyboardy, because the older I get, the more profound things I have to say, of course. So you know, the handwriting's getting a little bit wobbly, but yes, I love writing a diary. I don't have any plans for what to do with it. It doesn't hurt anyone to do it, does it? Do you write one? Yeah. It's a nice way of staying in touch with yourself and being kind of fluent about observing what's going on. Yeah, I try to not be so obsessed as I used to be. I try to remember to mention other people occasionally.
Any more questions?
I'll ask one myself while people think of a second one, a third one. You admire authors who, it seems to you, move comfortably through and enjoy the process of crafting their works. However, that's something you talked to us about earlier. With your research practice, though,
yes,
you know, that's something that you seem to enjoy and seem to move comfortably through. How much of the writing process is the enjoyment of the research over the writing?
Well, yes.
Like if someone was offered to do all the research for you, would you take that
God,
up? Or
no, that's the best bit. I actually really like writing. I'm not one of those people that says it's like, you know, waiting for the beads of blood to form on your forehead. I mean, I like it. And I'm, you know, yeah, I'm good at it. But I love the research. So at the moment, I'm trying to extricate myself from this constant reading and note taking and, you know, typing up my notes and caressing my notes and putting my notes in different places. I'm not down to like different colored fonts or anything, but I'm really like, I'm getting really like embedded in this stupid process. And I go, I've got to stop. But I can see that the whole world is out there. I could find 1,000 million more beautiful things that I want to put in. But no, I would never let anyone do my research. I'm lucky. I've got, my partner is Tim Flannery, who's himself a environmental person and a historian and a scientist. So he's got a fantastic library, and I have got an amazing library. And so we've got no shortage of stuff at home. So I could just go on. And I'm about to, you know, one of these days I'll inherit my parents' library, and I was just at their house looking at their books and again. So yes, I really do like the reading. I have to confess, I have just been upstairs getting my very first ever State Library card because I've never been to state libraries. I got yelled at by a guard when I was a kid. My dad worked in the Museum of Victoria, which was in the same building as the State Library, and I went to visit him one day when I was 11, and I must have gone too near one of the barricades because that's how you got into the back part of it. And this guard shouted at me, and I was so mortified. I just never went back. And I was actually quite nervous walking in today. I thought it's not because of the talk, it's because I'm worried that someone's going to say, "What are you doing?" So, but now I've got my card, so all good.
Any more questions?
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, Hannah. Thanks for coming.
And I have to say, Kate, you're definitely still cool. So we come to the end of this day. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And what Kate said with the little, presence and sharing, I think we all did that today. We heard from so many lovely people. I want to go to all these libraries now. I want to go to Kiama and get dressed up and, do my high tea. I want to go to Wollongong and go to the Comic-Con and all these lovely stories with Ev. I'm coming back to Tamworth and just, have all these ideas to do and no time or budget, but that's fine. So on behalf of the Readers Advisory Working Group, I want to thank all our speakers. I want to thank all of you that came to this beautiful new auditorium and all the people that were online. And thank you to the State Library for having us. What else? Oh, Eleanor's going to send you an evaluation form, so please fill it in so we can bring it bigger and better next year. Have a good journey back if you have to travel. I'm back to Tamworth today, and I hope to see you next year. Thank you.